Now we only have like 13, 14, 15. Hoping to have more. This is a very casual conversation, so I hope everyone feel free to use the chat feature next to the Zoom meeting if you have any question. Yes, coffee time. Good morning. Yes, good morning, everyone. Okay, we have Dr. Tanya with us today. We have Dr. Maddie ready, and we have Dr. Siti Nur Aisyah. I think I saw her too. Assalamualaikum, Dr. Siti Aisyah Nur Aisyah. Yes, she's here.
Waalaikumsalam. Hi, Diana.
Hi. I hope you're having a great day, even though we didn't have like actual full day yet, but I hope it's gonna be an amazing day. We're still waiting for more participants to enter because I think a lot of people might be entering. We just have to wait for a moment. Good morning, Pong. And Zaro and Nathan. Good morning. Yes, good morning, everyone. We're waiting for at least like 30 participants for me to continue with our event today. So how everyone doing? Everyone is so quiet. Are you guys okay?
Alhamdulillah.
Everyone is ready with their coffee, I guess.
No coffee for me. And not until much later though.
Okay, we have great. How are you? I'm fine, I guess. Eating breakfast, yes. I see a lot of familiar faces here. Great to see everyone here. Eating breakfast, okay. Actually, it's gonna be like a quite better experience if we have like a physical seminar, right, Dr. Madi?
That was actually planned initially. That was what was planned, but I think you had to scale down everything because of the restrictions and because of safety issues. Yeah. So it's just online. But maybe who knows, in 2023, when hopefully we've managed to have everything under control, we probably can meet up.
Because actually the lineups are all so amazing. So just stay tuned. We're still waiting for more participants to enter before starting with our event. Because we already have Dr. Tanya here with us. Okay.
Yes, but I'm not the star of the show, so it's okay.
Hey, everyone is a star in this show, Dr. Tanya. Everyone is. Okay, I have to remind everyone that actually this Zoom session is also live streaming and it's recorded, of course. So be ready with your tudung if you open your camera, because we're afraid of something not wanting for you to show something. So yeah, just be careful.
Yeah, and inshallah after the event, we'll actually send you the link to the session online, so you can actually rewatch the video.
Yes. Ten 7 a.m. Maybe we can proceed in another few minutes, like 10 a.m.
Yeah, that should be fine. 10:10.
Okay. So everyone can just stretch your legs. Just be comfortable because this is a long event. Even though we do have a break after the second session, but it's going to be a long job because now it's 10. Yeah. Okay, we already have 30 participants with us. Actually, it's like a wonderful experience for me to join another event by Dell again after graduating. Even though I continued in the Dell again, but it's such an honor, like to meet everyone again and seeing all my lecturers here. So yeah. So how are you? How is everyone doing? Everyone is so quiet. You still have another minute. 1 minute. You can see Dr. Tanya is smiling. Oh dear. How was it? Like, because the cases, COVID cases is not helping at all right now. So I don't think seeing the number is gonna solve our problem. So I think my advice is just to not look at the numbers for now. Okay, we are already at 10 a.m. and the participants is already 33. I think I can proceed with opening session. So, okay. Assalamualaikum and a very good morning, everyone. So I have a pantun with me today, ready, because we are in the theme of folklore. So, okay, sorry if I have like problem reciting this pantun, as I was not a pro or a pantun. So yeah, kancil geliga menolong binatang, pandai berhelah berdaya buaya, pemanis kata selamat datang, awal bismillah santun budaya. Welcome to the inaugural biennial conversation on Southeast Asian folklore. Thank you for joining us today. I am Sharifah Liana, the host for this opening session. So as we go along the way, there will be other moderators for each slot. Thank you for taking your time in joining this event despite your busy schedule, and we will try our best to bring an informative and fruitful event. So before we proceed with our conversation, the engaging conversation, let us recite Ummul Kitab Al-Fatihah. Okay. Amin amin ya rabbal alamin. Okay. without further ado, let me start off with a brief introduction of this event. So this event conversation is organized by Department of English Language and Literature, DEL, International Islamic University, Malaysia. And conversation will be held biannually, like as the name suggests. And this one-day seminar showcases the wonders and wisdom of Southeast Asian folklore. And this year, our focus is on Malaysian folktales in the 21st century. For this year edition, conversation is aimed at engaging discussion on the position of Malaysian folktales within the 21st century context, not only on academic industry, but also on for the creative industries. So to ensure the smooth running of this event today, I will mention few rules like what you can do during this event. So firstly, please turn off your camera during a session, as this will help improve the quality of the live streaming due to a lighter data load. Make sure your microphone is off throughout the sessions to not interrupt any panelists. There will also be time allocated for Q&A session at the end of each session. And you may unmute yourself or use the chat box feature to send in your question. And the closed captions are also available for those who may need it. And lastly, after each session, you are encouraged to turn on camera for a photography session. Like I mentioned it just now, just wear it ready with your tudung because we have photography session in each session, if you are inclined to do so. If not, you can just turn off your camera. Okay, now is the highlight of this, not the highlight, but one of the highlights. I am pleased to invite Dr. Tanya Jonet, our Head of Department of English Language and Literature, to deliver her opening remarks.
Thank you, Liana. Okay. I'd like to begin, first of all, by, of course, saying Assalamualaikum and wishing everyone here a very good morning. First and foremost, of course, to the organizer of this event, my colleague at the Department of English Language and Literature, Dr. Wan Madiha Ramlan, and also to our distinguished speakers, Professor Emeritus Muhammad bin Haji Saleh, Dr. Anita Harris Sakunantan, I hope I got that right, Dr. Suraya Muhammad Nasir, Adi Fitri Ahmad, and Zen Cho. And of course, to all of you participants who are joining us today for this event, the first ever biennial conversations on Southeast Asian folklore. On behalf of the Department of English Language and Literature at the International Islamic University, Malaysia, it's my great pleasure to welcome you to this event this morning. Even if we are only able to meet virtually due to the current pandemic, as Liana pointed out, but perhaps it's better this way because we are able to, join from anywhere in the world and in comfortable surroundings. So we hope that in future we will be able to have a live event where we can meet in person and mingle. I think we all miss this right now, being able to mingle with people, because no matter how convenient it is for us to attend events from our own homes, our offices, nothing really compares with the opportunity to meet with people, to mingle with speakers and participants. And we hope that we'll be able to do this, inshallah, in another event of this nature in 2 years' time, since this is a biennial event. So, inshallah, Dr. Madiha has put together a very engaging program, and we will see you again. You'll be hopefully tempted to join us again at a second conversations of Southeast Asian folklore. So this event signals a step in a new direction for our department. The Department of English Language and Literature, or as we like to call it, DEL, that's the font name that we have for it. DEL has been around since 1991. And by, of course, DEL, I mean the department, yeah, not the laptop manufacturer. So DEL has been around since 1991. And I've been a part of it since the very beginnings. So now I've just told you how old I am. First, of course, as a student, and now as a member of staff. And over the years, I've seen the department grow. I've seen it change. And of course, it continues to grow and change. As we all know, the only constant is change. So I hope that, inshallah, our change is always for the better. And in the early years, when the department was first formed, it focused primarily on efforts for the Islamization of knowledge. At the time, when the department first came into being, this was a fairly new concept. Many people were still unfamiliar with it. And more emphasis was placed at that time on familiarizing students with the Islamic heritage and using Islamic viewpoints to analyze works that they studied. So we're not going to abandon that, obviously. We're actually going to capitalize on that. We're not going to only focus on exposing students only to the established canon of English and American literature or the Islamic world, but we're also going to continue taking the department to further directions. So we'd like to carry on the legacy of the pioneers of DEL, people such as my lecturers and former heads of departments, Dr. M.M. Badawi, Dr. Donina Zuhra. We don't want to forget their legacy. We hope to carry it on. But we also hope to place the department more firmly within the cultural circle in which we find ourselves in, of course, that's Southeast Asia. And Malaysia, of course, being smack dab in the middle of Southeast Asia, we have to capitalize on this as well. And of course, Southeast Asia is a region that's very rich in cultural heritage. And folklore is a very important part of this cultural heritage. So personally, I'm very glad to see that my younger colleagues are not only taking an interest in this cultural heritage, but also in preserving it and in taking it to new directions. And I can see from the lineup for this program that we have speakers from very interesting and diverse backgrounds. We have academics, we have writers, we have artists, and I'm sure that each of them will present us with unique and interesting insights. So very excited about that. The wonderful thing about an event such as this is that it exposes us to the variety of perspectives that speakers and participants bring with them. So Dr. Madiha's naming of the event, Conversations, this reminds us that it's not going to be a very formal event. It's meant to be a very informal event, not a debate, but really a friendly exchange of ideas. So I hope that the participants will also take the opportunity to engage in conversations, not only with the speakers, but also with each other to have this exchange of ideas. And this exciting event is just the first step really towards other equally exciting, equally interesting events that DEL will organize in the future, inshallah. And I hope that you will look out for them and of course participate in them and keep the conversations going. So of course, if you have any ideas, any suggestions, any proposals, we welcome these from you. And you can always contact Dr. Madiha or you can contact myself with any such suggestions. We're looking forward to any proposals that you may have. As I said earlier, I'm not one to give long speeches myself, so I'm sure that you're not here to hear from me this morning. I assume that you are here to enjoy the presentations today. So again, I'd like to thank everyone here for your participation. And this is probably the right time for me to hand the event over to Dr. Madiha as the organizer for her welcome address. Right. Assalamualaikum. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Tanya Jonin, for your very lovely remarks. Now I'd like to invite Dr. Wan Nur Madiha binti Ramlan to deliver her welcoming remarks. And Dr. Madiha is the coordinator of the department's Digital Humanities Lab and the convener of this year's conversation. So.
All right. Thank you, Liana. Assalamualaikum and welcome everybody. I am Maddie Ramlan and it is with tremendous pleasure that I welcome you to the first biennial conversations on Southeast Asian folklore, or what we call it is BACSAF 2021. We are so excited to have all of you here to participate in today's sessions, and thank you very much for coming. This event is hosted by the IUM Digital Humanities Lab and the Department of English Language and Literature from the Kuliah of Islamic Revealed Knowledge in Human Sciences. For the first edition of BACSAF, we would like to focus on Malaysian folktales and how they are positioned in the 21st century. The idea to call this event came about when my friend Nurul Fatiha and I were doing our initial planning for a writing project on mothers in Malay folk stories and the concept of monstrosity. So it was during that period that we had talked about all sorts of things that are related to folklore. And we also had this idea about organizing a meeting of sorts. We had wanted to listen to what other people were doing, not just from an academic lens, but we also like to hear from people from the creative and digital industries as well. We wanted to learn as much as possible about folklore from these perspectives, and I think calling for a meeting like this would be a great opportunity. Now, my interest in folktales started as a mother's concern. I think like most people of my generation, I grew up with a steady staple of European folktales like Cinderella, Rapunzel, Snow White, and Rumpelstiltskin. But I have been quite fortunate enough to also learn about Malay folktales through not only reading materials in schools, but also we had those I think had those programs on RTM, like the Sang Kancil series that aired in the evenings. So when I was younger as well, my mother and other people in my family used to keep us in line by telling us tales of errant children, using folk tales and horror, especially of ghosts and demons spiriting children away at dusk, right? Or late evening or Maghrib, we call it. One of the things that my mother used to say to me was that, she had convinced me that the batu belah, batu bertangkup, which is like this carnivorous rock, we call it the devouring rock, right? Was actually very near the house that we shared with my grandparents. So, so any misbehavior or any threat of misbehavior may drive my mother to visit that ghastly rock nearby somewhere. My mother says it's nearby, it's somewhere, but she never really said where. But for years, I thought that was a thing, like a real thing, and it kept me in line for a bit. But my daughter may not be as fortunate in the sense that today there is an overwhelming amount of mainstream content to consume online. She's still very young, but I can see that she isn't getting enough local stories in her system. And we are trying our best to introduce her to local stories, local storytelling. But it's quite a difficult thing because of the amount of material that is readily available to her. So Malaysia is so diverse and is teeming with many myths, legends, and fables from the many culture groups that we have in this country. So the stories from the Malaysia's different cultural groups make up part of this intangible cultural heritage. They are indispensable, and I think UNESCO argues that ICH is an essential component to develop healthy, sustainable societies. Our intangible cultural heritage, UNESCO says, is also an important factor in maintaining cultural diversity in the face of growing globalization. Now, folktales in particular aid in the process of knowledge transfer from one generation to the next. They also help people to better understand the conditions surrounding this idea of being and doing, since folktales are imbued with a society's beliefs, perceptions, fears, anxieties, and hopes. So it's a loss if the next generation doesn't inherit the many ways of storytelling that we have here in Malaysia. Thankfully, I think that initiatives surrounding folklore and folktales in particular in Malaysia is from an academic and creative perspective is increasingly robust and engaging. We see many initiatives being done in these two areas, so that hopefully we can also protect and promote our cultural heritages. So over the next 6 hours, we'll host 4 sessions with 5 remarkable speakers who will give us a bit more insight into folktales in the 21st century. We have the privilege of having with us today Dr. Anita Harisakuna-Nathan from University Kebangsaan Malaysia, who is not only an academic, but has also produced works such as the Biennial Empire. All right, Professor, we also have with us Professor Emeritus Dr. Muhammad bin Haji Saleh, who is an award-winning author and poet, and is also our renowned national laureate. With us as well, we have comic artist Mr. Adi Fitri Ahmad and Dr. Suraya Muhammad Nasir, who is also an academician from University Pendidikan Sultan Idris. And later we'll also be having with us award-winning writer Zen Cho. All right. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Kuliah and the department for their support, and the committee members, especially Nurul Fatiha, who has given so much encouragement and also helped with some of the heavy lifting when it comes to organizing this event. I also like to thank Nazmi, Lotfi, Izati, Shifa, Sarah, Sharif, Aliana, and Afif for agreeing to do this with me today. And before I hand the session back to our MC, who will outline the day's events, I will want to say once more on behalf of the BACSAF Organizing Committee, welcome. It's wonderful to see so many of you here, and I hope that today's sessions will inspire ideas and discussions about the value of local stories and the different ways of storytelling. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Madi. Okay, now I'll proceed with today's itinerary, and you guys can already imagine the lineup for today. And I will brief the itinerary for today from 10 to 11:30 a.m. We will have our first session. Dr. Anita Haris Sakunanathan will be talking about a practice-based feminist revisioning of otherworldly women in Malay hikayats at 11:30 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. We have Professor Emeritus Dr. Muhammad bin Haji Saleh, our National Laureate, who will be speaking about the relevance and wisdom of folklore. And at 12:30 p.m., we will take a break before reconvening at 2 p.m. At 2 p.m. to 3 p.m., we'll be having an interview session with Adi Fitri Ahmad and Dr. Suraya binti Muhammad Nasir on reimagining Malay folktales. Last but not least, from 3 p.m. to 4 p.m. is another interview session. And this time we have Zen Cho on folktales and contemporary writing. And we have an amazing lineup by the look of it. So we hope that you will be glued to your seat, viewing and listening to the session, but don't worry, you also get the break between 11:30 to 2. And I hope you everyone have endless supply of biscuit, tea, and coffee. And like before we start at 10:30 a.m., let's stretch our legs before because the next session will begin in only 3 minutes. Yeah. And I actually have another pantun. If everyone is ready to hear another pantun, are you guys up for it? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Kisah si tanggang sarat teladan. Disumpah bonda akibat derhaka. Hikayat dijulang jadikan pedoman. Warisan bangsa kebanggaan kita. So like how Dr. Mehdi has mentioned, actually we have a lot of folklores that has becoming our kebanggaan, something that we have to be proud of. So initiative like this to bring again the folklore of Malaysian folklores is actually a great effort in order to ensure that the future children can actually learn and benefit from the hikayats and the folklore. Okay, since it's already 10:29 a.m., I think I can pass the floor to our moderator for the 10:30 a.m. session, which is Miss Siti Sarah Abdul Rahim.
Thank you to our lovely opening host, Sharif Liana, Dr. Mehdi, and Dr. Tanya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a good morning I bid to everyone. Welcome to the first session of the first Biennial Conversations on Southeast Asian Folklore 2021, Malaysian Folktales in the 21st Century. I am Siti Sarah Abdul Rahim, your moderator for this morning session with Dr. Anita Haris Sakunanathan, where we'll be listening to her presentation on a practice-based feminist revisioning of otherworldly women in Malay hikayats. Now, before we proceed further with the event, let's recite Umm Kitab Al-Fatihah. Amin ya Rabbal Alamin. I would like to remind again the housekeeping rules for those who just entered the session. Firstly, please turn off your camera during the speaker's presentation and make sure your microphone is off as well throughout the session to prevent any distraction while the speaker is presenting. The closed captions are also available for those with hearing impairments. And lastly, this webinar is also streaming live on YouTube. So maybe you have friends or families who are interested in Malaysian folktales. You can maybe invite them to join this event and we can all gain interesting knowledge. I hope everyone is clear. All right, without further ado, allow me to introduce our speaker for today. Our speaker is a senior lecturer at University Kebangsaan Malaysia who possesses a PhD in post-colonial literature from University of Queensland, Australia. She is a post-colonial Gothic scholar who has produced remarkable works on Gothic fiction, specifically in post-colonial Gothic, folklores, paleontology, and many more. Her works have been published in, among others, Hecate, Sussex Academic Press, and Critical Culture. She is also the author of Biennial Empire series. Some of her recent works include The Figure of Nenek Kebayan and The Witch in selected haunted house films. She also wrote a paper on transnational hauntings, hungry ghosts, Malaysian Chinese domestic Gothic fiction, and an essay entitled Misen Abine and Catabasis, which Helen Oeni's and Kenneth Lee's reimaginings of Snow White, which talks about the narrative strategy known as Misen Abine, developed by the two authors in adapting Snow White in their works. Now for this session, she will present about a practice-based feminist revisioning of otherworldly women in Malay hikayats. Dr. Anita will have about 45 minutes to present her slides, and then we will proceed with the Q&A session at the end. We'll take about 10 to 15 minutes. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Anita Harris Sakunanathan.
Hi everyone, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
yes,
I need to apologize beforehand because my upstairs neighbor is doing construction, so at some point there may be the sound of drilling. I really apologize for this. It started yesterday. Before I begin, I'd like to thank Dr. Wan Madiha for inviting me to this event. I am going to keep it short and sweet because I know there are far more important people that you want to listen to anyhow. But my paper is going to be melding my practice as a creative writer and the work I do as a literary scholar. Now, the last paper that your presenter mentioned, Siti Sarah, is it? You mentioned my paper in Marvels and Tales, Misen Abine. Interestingly enough, I've been very into looking at fairy tale and folktale poetics recently, looking at the ways in which folklore are transmitted in a very theoretical base. And a lot of these things I've actually been doing in my practice as a creative writer. So I also teach creative writing at the National University of Malaysia, which is why I thought it would be nice to actually show how you can, from literary theory, elicit a framework for writing fiction, and more importantly, how you adapt folktales and fairy tales. So I'm going to keep it simple. There could be a lot of theories I could throw at you. The idea of revisioning, the idea of rhizomes by Deleuze and Guattari, the various theories of intertextuality that has been talked about by Julia Kristeva, and others, but I'm just going to be focusing on Julie Saunders because I attended a course that she co-convened in the University of Queensland. It was actually during that course that I developed the Misen Abine article that's been published in Marvels and Tales. So the idea of interweaving texts rather than a straightforward adaptation is something I took with me from that course, and I used it over the years, sometimes knowingly, sometimes unknowingly, the idea that every text is not just solely itself, but it's a network of transmission. It is kind of a network of interleaving stories. Therefore, whenever we revise a story, we're not just going straight from one source text to our text. It's always a transmission of different ideas. So having said that, I'm going to share my screen now. Okay. So I've got about 30 slides. Let's see if I can do this within 40 minutes. Can you see the slides? Yes? Fantastic.
Yes.
All right. So firstly, this presentation briefly looks at, now I have to close this screen at the side because it's just showing me my face and not the slides. All right, excellent. So this presentation briefly looks at the ways in which Julie Saunders' theory of adaptation and appropriation was used to further heighten the ways in which a feminist re-envisioning of otherworldly women in the Malay hikayats were repurposed to create a science fiction space opera, The Biennial Empire. I've got several short stories published right now. Out of the 27 short stories I've published, I think about 20 were Biennial Empire related stories. So the presentation is therefore a practice-based discussion because I'm both a critical theorist and a creative writing educator. So the idea of practice-based literary theory is very important to me. So obviously this is the first time I'm using myself as a subject, which is kind of frightening, but let's get on with it. So I'm going to start first by letting you know the kinds of writing I do. The science fictional elements I kind of contend exist in the Malay hikayat, from hikayat muda, from the wooden helicopter-like flying cabins to sejarah Melayu, where we have undersea elevators. So it was not hard to transpose those tropes into science fiction milieux, as in the Biennial Empire short stories and novels in progress, in which the Biennial are re-envisioned as aliens who come from a dimension that is mostly dark matter, string theory. So another aspect of this interweaving appropriation that I use is actually theoretical physics. So within the Biennial Empire milieu, there are 6 distinct sub-milieus. The first one is historical science fantasy steampunk, the past, which you see in Ulit Mayang or The Seven Exile Sisters, Every Plumage, Every Beat, which was published last year in Clark's World. And there's mythic techno-horror, the present, Mold, Author Rejection and Outer, and Vengeance as Sweet as My Love, which is not published yet. We have post-apocalyptic futuristic hope punk. There's even a Twitter on, it was a Twitter interactive fiction a couple of years back. Far Future, Galactic Space Opera, Sasen, which is science fantasy, and Rageberry, which is cloud park fantasy. So I've got about 27 works published, but I'm just putting 10 here because I don't want to waste your time. Yep. One of it was Morning Cravings, which was in the People of Colour Destroy Science Fiction book, which won the British Fantasy Award in 2017. So I'm going to start, well, not really start, I'm just going to talk about this idea of adaptation and appropriation, and I need to kind of highlight the fact that appropriation, as Julie Saunders uses it, is not the same as cultural appropriation that is the discourse in science fiction. But it is related in the sense of the way we appropriate text. So adaptation and appropriation now provide their own intertext, such that they often perform in cultural dialogue with each other. So perhaps, Julie Saunders argues, it would increasingly serve us better to think in terms of complex filtration, in terms of networks, webs, and signifying fields, far further than simplistic one-way lines of movement from source to adaptation. So what she's essentially saying is that it's not a linear line. In the latter model, certainly, the importance of audience reception and contextualized production of meaning is made properly visible, and I think it's more directly relevant to those of us in the 21st century because cultural production is in itself a conversation, which relates to the topic of today, and you can see it in the works being produced in this current time. So adaptation, Julie Saunders says, can be a transpositional practice, casting a specific genre into another generic mode, an act of revision in itself. It can parallel editorial practice in some aspects, indulging in the exercise of trimming and pruning, yet it can also be an amplificatory procedure engaged in addition, expansion, accretion, and interpolation, which means that you are editing a past text, you are adding to it, and you're kind of having a conversation with that text. The process of adaptation is that of engaging with a text. Now, in my title of my slides, I said visioning, but what I meant was re-envisioning. When you adapt, when you kind of transform one mode of folktale to another form, you are kind of re-envisioning it. You're bringing different things into the focus, things that were perhaps in the sidelines in the original, you might make that the center point. And every person who revises a story kind of changes the way in which the story is seen. So this is the science fictional basis of the Biennial Empire, in which I will show you how I actually transposed one bit of Hikayat Raja Muda and created an entire science fiction universe out of it. The sun was younger when we first took the skies in our first machines, made of wood and bronze, borne upward by a fleet of armoured Garuda. We had no need of science then. We were fueled by Sakti and by the benedictions of the holy bird, the Jentayu. I've actually put in 2 other aspects of folklore that wasn't in Hikayat Raja Muda, because it just fit. This was not to last, as our magics faded and we learned that we too needed to master science and engineering. The sun was older when the first supergiant solar flare knocked out our strongest shield. For millennia, we had escaped the path of comets and asteroids, narrow misses. Sudden solar flares that could have knocked out our power supplies and our magic reserves, the solar flares and all manner of cosmic exigencies failed because we work overtime. All of us, the Kinari admirals, the Bunyan and Apsara engineers, we will save until the Sakti that held our shields up got weaker and weaker while the asteroids came by more frequently. Now, part of this is my own paranoia because I keep reading the science news, the idea that we keep avoiding asteroids, but how and for how long? Yeah, so that led to a bit of conjecture that maybe we were protected. That's just by some, it could be a magnetic force or something. I'm not a scientist, I don't know, but I'm a science fiction writer, so this is what I did. So another example of the intertext that you can see here is the fact that I inserted Kinari. Kinari, for people who know folklore, they are actually mythical beings from Thai folklore. But because my first Biennial Empire story actually took place in the Thai-Malaysian border, because I lived in Kedah for a very long time, I took inspiration from the menorah and kind of placed the Kinari in there. So those are some elements. So adaptation and appropriation can be seen as prolonging the pleasure of the initial encounter with the text. Why do people write countless revisions of Snow White or Sleeping Beauty? It's the encounter with it that you kind of bring that memory forward and you can't stop wanting to revisit it. For some of us who write Malay folklore, for example, it's because we want to continuously revisit the first memory. I know I read a Hang Tuah story when I was about 7 years old. We had just come back from the UK, and I think one of my uncles was worried that I was too Western, so he gave me like a lot of Malay folklore to read, and of course I took to it like a fish to water, or was it a duck to water? God, never mind. So anyway, John Ellis suggests that adaptations trade upon the memory of that text, a memory that can derive from actual reading, or as is most likely with a classic of literature, a generally circulated memory. Hang Tuah is in all of our memories. Puntu dan Gunung Ledang is in most of our memories. Si Tanggang seems to haunt revisionists of Malay folktales a lot, as we discussed in my fairy tale salon earlier this year, in which Dr. Wan Madeha was one of the presenters. So I'm going to read from you. This is the first bit, the only bit from Hikayat Raja Muda I'm going to read, but I think it's kind of important. Al-Kisah, maka tersebutlah sebuah negeri di atas kayangan bernama Mercu Kemala. Rajanya bernama Maharaja Indra Dewa. Ada berputera 7 orang perempuan. Yang tuanya bernama Tuan Puteri Ratna Dewi. Yang keduanya Tuan Puteri Nilawati. Yang ketiganya Tuan Puteri Kilam Ratna. Yang keempat Tuan Puteri Nilam Pudi. Yang kelimanya Tuan Putera Puspasari. Yang keenamnya Tuan Puteri Zam-Zam Udara. Yang ketujuhnya Tuan Puteri Bidadari. So I was very excited when I read this as a teenager. I wanted to know more about the Bunyan princesses or Bidadari in the story, but I found out that they were not the center of the story. You can imagine how disappointed I was, but it was obvious from Hikayat Raja Muda, the story was going to be about the Raja Muda. So obviously, I always had it in my head that I wanted to write something about the Bunyan, and I knew it was going to be about Bunyan princesses. So, the Biennial Empire was created from several references: Hikayat Raja Muda, accounts of Puteri Gunung Ledang from Sejarah Melayu and Hikayat Hang Tuah, which I wrote about for my Form 6 Kesusasteraan Melayu, various depiction of Bunyan and other lowly women in P. Ramlee movies, particularly the one that scared me the most as a kid. Amongst all of P. Ramlee's movies, this was the one that really scared me, which was Sumpah Orang Minyak. Don't know if you guys have watched it. So, Sumpah Orang Minyak, which came out in 1958, was the story of a disabled man who was an artist, and he was very creative. He was said to be a very good man. And he was brought to the world of the Bunyan, where he was transformed. So, he became a very handsome man. We can see that P. Ramlee in the picture, and that's how he looked like when he was transformed. Very princely, very grand, and he goes back to his kampung, and he has a lot of innovative ideas of how to produce batik. And he's happy, but then something made him very angry and he killed someone, and he was punished with invisibility. Obviously, he could not stand this, and but then shaitan or devil came to him with a bargain from hell. I'm really sorry about the construction that's happening upstairs. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Anita.
My apologies, I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
The devil appears to him with a bargain from hell, and he becomes the feared Orang Minyak, which means that he goes around raping women. Yeah, we all know the story of orang minyak, and he's covered in oil, so everything is greasy because obviously he doesn't want people to not see he's coming, so he's covered in oil. So the depiction of the Bunyan's world in Sumpah Orang Minyak bears a lot of similarities with how kayangan is portrayed in some of the hikayats. Now, this was the first pictorial conflation that this author watched as a child. So, instead of depicting kayangan as a place where you have Dewa, Dewi or Bidadari, P. Ramlee chose to depict it as the world of the Bunyan. So, in reading the hikayats, most of the times the inhabitants of the kayangan are Bidadari or sometimes Dewa and Dewi. So, the latter terms are probably connected to the Hindu influences in early Malay empires, which is probably why later on they were called Bidadari. Sometime in the year 2000, or was it 1998, I did write a long essay about the Bunyan and the different ways in which they kind of related to Indian or Persian context. I took it down from my website a whole long time ago, which is a pity. Or I would have quoted it here. I've lost it. They actually used it in the Malay Mail actually in the year 2002, but never mind. So here is something, the first Bunyan Empire story I wrote. I actually wrote this in 2003. It was published in 2015. It was actually my first semi-pro publication. So this comes directly from Hikayat Raja Muda in terms of the idea of the Bunyan princesses coming down in a kind of a wooden helicopter, but instead I turned it into a floating wooden palace. And I decided instead of having princesses, I was going to have an empress. In fact, this was the first time I wrote this down, and suddenly I wanted to know more about the empire, and I had to write more and more stories about it. So this is how I've depicted the empress. The empress was swathed in songket cloth, an elegant weave of gold, purple and green threads. More gold of a diaphanous nature covered her bare shoulders and made a halo around the thick black waves of her hair. Her hooded eyes fixed on Champaka's face. She made a petition gesture with her right hand, the nails of which were glistening and looked as painfully sharp as knives. And here is the palace itself. Filaments of light knit together in an image of an elaborate palace with arched eaves of gold or golden wood, of upward curving roots, of stilts that were as steady and as tall as tree trunks. From the palace, immeasurable gold steps curved downwards to the undergrowth. 3 claw-footed Kinari admirals stood guard at the base of the ornate gold staircase, their handsome heads crested with silver and gold songket tengkoloks. Champaka knew that they were admirals because of the shape of their tengkolok, but she had never seen women wear the tengkolok. She understood it jarred with her understanding of the world. She also knew this woman was too grand to be merely a queen. So this is how I kind of recreated the Bunyan Empire by having them all, almost all of them, be women. So I talked about the idea of networks of association and how intertextuality or the hypertext or what we know as the source text is the hypotext can never be a linear transmission. So you can see that Hikayat Raja Muda was only one of the things that I took. The other ones would be P. Ramlee's Sumpah Orang Minyak, Tam Lin's Old Scottish Ballad. You have to read it to know how I've adapted Tam Lin. I've basically turned the Bunyan Empress into a cognate of the Fairy Queen there. Goblin Food by Christina Rossetti. There is a definite connection with that and the mango that she gets from the Empress. And yeah, I lived in Kedah for many years, and one of the things that we visited a lot of kampung. I mean the really pendalaman kind of kampung where there was no running water and no electricity. And there was this guy who actually really did turn into a harimau jadian. He didn't turn physically into it, but it's like he was talking with the spirit of the tiger, and they fed him milk and he was just kind of licking it from a bowl, and that scared me so much. I had nightmares for years. I actually wrote a few poems about those nightmares. So that had to make it into the story. And another one was the idea of the medicine woman actually came about when I wrote what I call my grand road Malaysian novel, Abeyance, where the protagonist keeps dreaming of the medicine woman. So those two elements I placed in this short story. So there is the interleaving of different texts and textual traditions, which is manifest in the intertextual impulse, as also being linked to the now contested post-colonial theory of hybridity. We like to think that a text comes from a single source, but the reality of it is a myriad of sources, as I have just shown. So in the 20th and 21st century, many of us writing in English in Southeast Asia write from the borderlands between cultures. Some, like myself, we are culturally hybrid. I have Sri Lankan roots, I have Javanese roots, I have Chinese roots. We are naturally hybrid, and our texts are by default intertext and hypertext with intermingling networks of association. Therefore, we need to acknowledge that when we write to these sources, we need to acknowledge the margins. As Julie Saunders says, the central problem with any tradition is the ability to recognize only those who constitute that tradition, but those who are at various times excluded from it, or at the very least consigned to its margins. And a great deal of work in adaptation and appropriation kind of looks at writings or revisions that showcase characters who usually are in the margins of originating texts. Often the bunyan and women in hypotext are, with notable examples, cast at the periphery or are either objects of desire, villain nurses, grotesque like the Nenek Kebayan. Me and my team wrote an article about the Nenek Kebayan that was mentioned, but I wasn't actually the one who wrote it was my supervisee or victims. In acknowledging the ways in which women are depicted in various forms of media, more recent adaptations, re-envisionings, tend to centralize these women, as may be seen in the works of authors and editors such as Sharifah Osman, Daphne Lee, her Malay Folktales remix, if I'm not mistaken, Tutu Dota, Adi Fitri, who's speaking later, and various others. So these intertexts then are written within and beyond the margins of cultural production. So therefore, adaptation is nevertheless frequently involved in offering commentary on a source text. As I have shown, I've given an example of my own work. I have offered a commentary on a source text, and I have kind of centered the feminine in them. And this is achieved mostly but often by offering a revised point of view from the original, hypothetical, motivational, or voicing what the text silences or marginalizes. Now, most of us here are from a literary background. We know that one of the most famous examples of this would be White Sargasso Sea, and how it revisits Jane Eyre and turns the mad woman of the attic into the star of her own tale, telling her side of the story. And of course, the folktale of Sri Tanggang, and how Muhammad Haji Saleh re-envisions that in Sri Tanggang's Homecoming, showing that sometimes the son may not be the prodigal son for no reason. There may be problems with the family. Sometimes parents can be problematic. Sometimes the pain of diaspora and resettling can create different conversations. So you can see, therefore, that adaptation and appropriation is therefore a conversation back to the hypotext, the source text. So I'm going to look at, I think we have time for me to look at another story, which is Olet Mayang, or the Seven Exiled Sisters, a short story that looks at a possible alternate scenario about the sisters present in the ritual of propitiation, which is the song Olet Mayang. Yeah, so yes, I think we have a bit more time. So essentially, the first time I saw Olet Mayang perform was at a school play, and again, it's one of those things that haunted me because the music was so beautiful. But what was depicted really frightened me. You could see the guy who kind of fainted on the stage, and then you had all of the princesses coming around him, and it seemed both beautiful and frightening. So I wanted to write more about it. For a very long time, I wanted to write about it, and after this, I actually started writing this after I had already had several of the Bunyan Empire stories published. And the story of it was this. Actually, a Brazilian editor emailed me and asked me, I would like to translate something of yours. Do you have any fairy tale revisions? And I said, no, I don't have any straightforward fairy tale revisions except for Sang Rimau, which was still under contract with the original publisher at the time. So I decided to write this story for him, but it wound up that his magazine was put on hold, and I submitted this to other places. So that was the story of it. But I kind of re-envisioned the idea of the princesses in Olet Mayang, and I turned them into exiled Bunyan princesses who had somehow got into a lot of trouble with the Bunyan Empire. And I created a science fiction underwater palace for them. So here's some examples. A gust of noxious gases, an eddy of air that disturbed the atmosphere around her signaled the arrival of one of the aquatic mambangs. Tujuh looked up at the liquid-shaped void that floated with intense purpose upwards towards her, its shape moving from man to stingray to some unimaginable multi-limbed creation of the deeps. Tujuh inclined her head, allowing the shifting entity to approach and to whisper into her multi-pierced ears that dropped gold and silver adornments. The ghoulish mambang sang to her of the plight of a fishing junk directly above their heads, evoking images of the vessel's pitiful struggle against the turbulent waters and the spirits who sought their undoing. It was nothing she hadn't already tasted with her consciousness, but it was pleasurable to hear it related back to her in the language of the Mambangs. It made the plan of revenge she was enacting within her head all the more real, made the frisson of anticipation that much more intense. Perfect, Tujuh murmured. It's been too dull these past fortnights. She stood up from her throne and walked across the throne room to the adjacent central chamber. Balancing herself on the dais, she clapped her hands. The long drawn-out notes of her voice reverberated along curved sea-green corridors, snaking their way into the ventilation system so no one in the istana could escape her words. A 7-man junk is right above our heads. Do we save or do we spite? Do we humor or do we hunger? Do we love or do we taint? Sisters, meet me in the central chamber. In every throne room that nestled within the multi-level aquatic istana, her voice boomed, disturbing the tranquility, in whatever form it took, of the other 6 sisters. So I actually had a lot of fun writing her character because I had never written a character who was so irredeemably bad before. And you can see here I've shown how another sister was, and I highlighted in my slides Lima because she's actually the one who is more directly mentioned in the Ulit Mayang song, Putri Lima. Always desired more, her throne room was adorned with gem-encrusted skeletons which she watered with her tears at every fortnight. Lima looked at the skulls and hoped in her heart for a fisherman who could survive the atmosphere of her underwater istana, with the noxious gases that the various mambangs emanated and the plants from an alien planet that her sisters nurtured in strange corners and thoroughfares. So here's an example. I've shown here a direct transposition of what was in Ulit Mayang. The fact that she ties her hair to the side, the jade kerongsang, her silken kebaya of pale yellow. So you can find that in the Ulit Mayang song itself. So here's another example of the hypertext. The hypertext here is Ulit Mayang, and also various academic writings on liminal rights and rights of propitiation, especially Victor Turner, whom I used in my MA thesis and a bit in my PhD thesis. And Pendekar Bujang Lapuk, if you saw the Mambang mentioned there, you should know, if you've watched Pendekar Bujang Lapuk, you would probably know why I use Mambang there. There are many different kinds of Mambangs in my short story. I was having a bit of fun there. And the Bunyan Empire science fiction universe. Lima's character, I kind of actually based on the Little Mermaid, the idea that of someone who is underwater wanting to kind of fall in love with a human who could actually be in the same atmosphere of her was kind of, I was thinking of Ariel basically in the Disney Little Mermaid. So therefore, the re-envisioning in Ulit Mayang was very self-aware of various significances of rights of propitiation, while inserting a speculation of what the lines of the song actually meant. The actual ritual is also featured in the final showdown and battle, which I'm not going to spoil here, but I actually kind of inserted a conjecture about what those lines meant there. So here's my conclusion. I've given you a very clear demonstration of how you use adaptation and appropriation and how you use different sources to create a story. A better understanding of the way adaptation, appropriation, revisioning is never a linear process and instead contains multiplicities is important if we are to consider the various iterations of these folk tales and ancient epics proliferating in 21st century literature and various other modes of culture production. So considering the act of working with these tales needs to consider that many different sources are being shared. That's all. Thanks. How do I stop share? Okay. Alright, that's it.
Thank you, Dr. Anita, for the insightful sharing of her works and the discussion revolving around a practice-based feminist revisioning of otherworldly women in Malay poets. We can proceed with the Q&A session. There's a few questions at the chat box. I will read it for you. This is the first question, yeah. Okay. From Dr. Amelia. Question to Min Haris. What kind of contribution that a study of folklore could make to the Malaysian education system?
Well, I think there has been a lot been discussed about folklore by more than one university. I had my fairy tale salon conversations start happening in 2019 and earlier this year. So I think a lot of people are having those discussions in various institutions. The idea that folklore does transmit certain values and the nature of folklore as a pedagogical function has been discussed by many variety scholars.
I think it's really interesting. It's really important as well to instill Malaysian education, but instill Malaysian folklore in Malaysian education system because youngsters is there. From what I've seen
I think so too. Yeah.
from my sister, the younger generation, they barely know about this Malaysian, the folklores of our country, and it's a pity because it's very fun to read, and there are also a lot of lessons we can learn from those stories.
I have a kind of conjecture about that. I think because for those of my generation, when I came back to Malaysia, the only things we had to watch were RTM1 and RTM2. Which means that I watched a lot of P. Ramlee movies. I watched a lot of those RTM shows, the ones with folklore. So I was reading, when I was in the UK, I read a lot of English folklore. I read Andrew Lang's book, Grimm Fairy Tales. But when I came back, I was introduced to an entire different kind of canon of folklore and I was hooked. Whereas today, kids have so many TV channels to watch. They're spoiled for choice and 3/4 of the time, what they choose may not be local tales. And I don't know if you guys remember this, but in the 90s, there were a lot of Pendeka kind of TV series and you would see them doing all of those martial arts. And for a time, they had that. Like I said, kids are spoiled for choice these days and they don't necessarily choose the things that kind of highlight Malay folklore. Any other questions? Oh, I see someone saying that they were part of a team that staged an Ulit Mayang inspired play. I would love to watch that. I think it's such a powerful song and the ride scares me till today. It's like I love it but it frightens me at the same time. I think everyone who has heard it will have the same reaction.
Yeah. Hi, Anita. I saw a question in the chat box. It says, I think the question is from Lalita.
Okay.
Lalita asked, has Malaysian Penglimpur Lara been studied vis-a-vis Western folktales within a framework of comparative literature?
I would love to see a study like that done. I've mentioned it before. I don't know if some of you know, but I'm also the editor of Truancy and Demeter's Spice, Delinquent Spice. It was originally Demeter's Spice Box, and I did write about the Penglimpur Lara in editorials, but I haven't actually found any articles about Penglimpur Lara. If there were, I would love to read them, and that's what I think.
And then Dr. Amelia mentioned recently there was a minor controversy because of Ramlee. Dr. Amelia, do you mean P. Ramlee?
Who is Ramlee? P. Ramlee ke?
Not sure which Ramlee this Dr. Amelia is referring to.
Yeah.
Right, and Ramlee Ibrahim?
What about Ramlee Ibrahim?
Was there controversy? I'm not so sure.
I don't know. I don't know that. For as long as I remember, since I was a kid, people were always having problems with the fact that Ramlee Ibrahim danced the Bata Naiyam. So I don't know if it's a recent controversy or not. But I don't think that has anything to do with what we're discussing.
Yeah. So any questions?
Okay. I actually have a question, but there's another question in the chat box actually.
Yeah. Can you highlight a few for me because I can't really figure out which one to focus on.
This is from Risha. So how do we utilize this theme to inspire more feminist movement in Southeast Asia?
I think it's already happening. I think more and more feminist revisionings of the old tales are happening. I highlighted definitely because her fairy tales retold and remix had a lot of revisionings. I have actually a master student working on one or two of those tales right now from that perspective. And yeah, if you look at the hikayats themselves, they were in their own ways kind of covertly feminist. They were not overtly, but they were covertly feminist. Look at the tale of Tun Teja, for example. I wrote a poem about that. Was actually my first hikayat-based work that was published back in 2009, or was it 10? I don't remember. Anyhow, but the idea of Tun Teja, that interaction between her nursemaid and her in itself it kind of highlighted the tensions that happen between women of two generations. And folk tales, one might argue, are inherently feminist even if they're within a patriarchal framework, because the tension between the older woman and younger woman is almost always caused by external patriarchal forces. So I think a lot of times when we rewrite these tales, we are kind of trying to create a different dialogue, which is not necessarily saying that feminist aspects were not in the original tales. I mean, Putri Gunung Ledang is like the biggest feminist of them all, right? But maybe we are trying to highlight different aspects of it. Yeah. And no, Larita, I have never done Syair Siti Zubaida. Thanks for giving me ideas. Well, is that Dr. Amelia?
Yes.
Well, fortunately for me, nobody actually notices my publications in Malaysia. I've been writing for a very long time now. So I've never had any problems with it. I have never done anything that went against Islam in my writings. I've basically kept to the plot, which is probably why I'm not so popular. I'm not as controversial as a lot of people. In fact, I wrote an entire Puteri Gunung Ledang novella, which I decided not to submit or after a while and publish because I went, this might offend royalty. Life's too short.
Okay, there's more question from Dr. Amelia here.
Yeah. No, this one is
Do you think that Nurul Shifa said, what do you think about people saying Harimau Jadian is localized version of werewolf?
Well, I would disagree actually because as I mentioned, I've actually seen 2 examples of it. One was the one I mentioned in the kampung. One, when I was a teenager, we had a maid who would night rimau every now and then when she was angry and it frightened me. I actually was beaten up by her once when she was night rimau, which was really scary. I had to run away to another house. So I think it is a natural phenomenon. I mean, weird tigers actually exist across Southeast Asia and even in India. The idea of Harimau Jadian is actually in more than one Asian culture. Whether it's psychosomatic, like whether people are really night rimau or it's a psychotic break, that's I mean I can't really judge. I feel like when we keep using psychoanalytical analysis as scholars we have to, but when we keep using it, that's pretty much very colonial. From a decolonial point of view, I feel we need to acknowledge that this phenomena exists in our cultures. And yes, is that Dr. Saima or is it a student?
Saima is just ex-student. So, or maybe the concept of Harimau Jadian stem from the idea of saka.
I think it could very well be saka. In fact, if you read Sang Rimau and the Medicine Woman, you would see that I use the idea of saka in there a lot. Yeah.
It's more like werewolf is basically a physical form, more like physical, but Harimau Jadian.
Harimau Jadian, sometimes they don't turn into tigers. I mean, in some cases they do, but sometimes they're in human bodies, but they speak with the voice of the tiger. That's the one that I saw in Kedah, by the way.
Scary.
I was like 11, 10 years old. It was like, oh, why bring a kid to such a thing? But anyway, it scared me a lot.
There is more question actually from Risha. This is not really an intellectual question. It's okay. Every question is like we welcome every question.
Do you personally believe in these mythical women? I would like to believe that these mythical women exist, but I don't feel I need to believe in them to be empowered by the idea of them. Does that help you, or was that too intellectual? Okay.
Liana, don't you have a question just now?
Yeah. I actually have question for myself, but there's so many questions here. I don't want to miss again. Okay. There's another one. I think the Waris Jari Hantu is saka materializing itself in the were tiger form. It's not a question, it's more like a comment.
I don't think I know that. Do you want to tell us more about Waris Jari Hantu? I'm interested to know more about it.
It's actually a movie, a Malay movie.
Okay.
Back then, it's actually showing how this Harimau Jadian is occurring. It's a very good movie. I think in 2005 or something.
Okay.
It was acted by Rusdi Ramli. Yeah.
Well, I might check that out.
Yeah.
Thanks, movie.
Okay. And I actually have a question. Okay. And I just wanted to ask, like, to what extent we can transform from one work, which is folktales, to another. Like, how many? Like, we can see how you take from this one character into one another.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah.
But what, like, to what extent?
Well, I would say that I mentioned cultural appropriation before. I feel we have to be very careful about what extent we kind of do it. For example, even the start mention of Bunyan Empire, I think at one point the Star published me talking about Bunyan Empire. And a few days later, a colleague came up to me and went, "Don't you think it's wrong to kind of take these tales of Hikayat and put them in outer space?" And I was like, I didn't say anything. I just kept quiet. So
I thought you freeze.
yeah, it's like people have different ideas of what is okay and what is not okay. And sometimes I think that stymies creativity. But for me personally, I do believe that if you come from a dominant group, cultural appropriation is wrong. If, for example, I mentioned to Dr. Wan Madiha, I would never retell a story by an indigenous person or indigenous group in Malaysia because it's not my story to tell. I have more privilege. It's their story. I would highlight them, but I would never take words from their mouth. In terms of the hikayats, well, I'm part Malay. And some of these stories are my family stories. Many of us have these stories on the idea that, oh, we were related to Putri Gunung Ledang or whatever. And you might not take it seriously, but at the same time, you want to write about it, you know? So a lot of our families have these kinds of stories. Oh, you're related to this famous person. I don't know, maybe someone here might be related to Hang Tuah in family story. Yep. So I think about these things, and yeah, there's one question. Yes, I think about whoever M is. I think about power relations a lot. I think about what I'm allowed to tell and what I'm not allowed to tell. I have the privilege, but also the disadvantage of having both Malay, Chinese, and Indian heritage, which means I could theoretically write about all three, but 3/4 of the times I'm very careful. Even when I take poetic license, I kind of think of, would this hurt this community? And that's the first thing I would think about. Like I mentioned, this is why I decided not to go forward with my Putri Gunung Lendang novella. If I were to do it, I would probably rewrite it and kind of go, okay, will this be hurtful? Should I remove it? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I think we have to have poetic license, but we also have to be respectful. In fact, that is what Julie Sanders mentioned. In the first edition of a book, she didn't mention it. In the second edition of the book, she mentioned that you have to be careful about which voices you are displacing. Yeah. Okay.
There's another comment here by Feka Khairul. So he mentioned about it was at that point of time when Finas was not as strict as they are now. So during the movie Waris Jari Hantu, it wasn't as strict as today because Waris Jari Hantu actually also portray a character which is a trans. So during those days, it wasn't as strict as now. That's why.
So too. I mean, there were so many great Malay movies produced in the 80s and 90s, and I think like Phenomena and Tiara Jacquelina's Putri Gunung Ledang, and I wonder sometimes would they be allowed to be, produced today? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Anita, there's one question from Farah Liana. She asked you, do you think Malaysia's censorship is hindering the spread of local folklores since some of them are explicit, like the concept of orang minyak?
Well, depends on what you mean by hindering. A lot of us publish overseas for very much this reason. As I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I try not to be hurtful to the communities I'm writing about. But obviously, when you are writers, we have times when we want to like push the envelope. But so it's a fine line, dancing between, I want this to be feminist, but at the same time, I don't want to ruffle too many feathers. And I've often conjectured this is why I'm not as popular as a lot of other people, because I don't want to ruffle feathers, but I feel like as a writer, I have a social responsibility. That's how I feel. Yeah.
I think there's some other, sorry. I think there are some comments here. Yeah, Dr. Tanya said that by writing your stories in English, you are not only introducing Malay folklore to the world, but will actually help to draw attention to us to revisit the original stories. Good job.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
It's very nice to hear. Is Magica the one that was produced by those crew guys?
KRU, you meant?
Yeah.
KRU.
Majika. It's a movie.
I've been meaning to watch that. I asked my students, is it any good? And they said it was awful, but I don't know. What did you guys think of it?
It's available at YouTube, and for me, in my opinion, I think it's fine. It's just that they can't like put every characters like very deeply because maybe because they use just too many characters from the folklore. So if they focus on like certain, then okay. Maybe because it's too many character for me.
Well, maybe I shall watch it. I've been meaning to watch it because, man, I used to listen to KRU when I was young. Okay.
The speeches are almost all.
Lots of people are saying it's great.
Keris Siamang is better.
Okay, what's Keris Siamang?
Majika will have been great as a series because they have like too many characters. So like they doesn't portray each character like very fruitful for me, in my opinion.
Yeah, makes sense.
Keris Siamang is better, and yeah.
Yeah, I same question. Anya, what is Keris Siamang? What is the story about?
Upin and Ipin Keris Siamang Tunggal.
Oh yeah, I have a couple of students who are very crazy about Upin and Ipin. Yeah.
I think in terms of adapting these stories or re-envisioning stories in creative media now, I mean, we do have, I think Awang Kenit, it's a series, right? But it's like a superhero-esque series that's very geared for the younger generation. But again, yes, there's a lot more content around that sometimes, like Anita has said, that probably younger people will not gravitate towards what we have and probably go switch on Disney Hotstar and watch Disney stuff. Nothing wrong with that, but of course there needs to be some input from local storytelling.
I think what we need the most is not just the people to produce this in terms of movies and cartoons, but good production values. Because you want to attack the kids of today, you need to have good production values. But I think people at Les Coparks are doing a really good job at that. So
yeah. I think production value has to be of quality so we can attract them. I mean, I think I shown the Sang Kancil videos on YouTube. You can find them on YouTube to my daughter, and she's like, "Nah, I want to watch Coco Melon."
Was it the Sang Kancil videos that used to come out during the 80s?
Yes, and the early 90s, like Sang Kancil, Sambuaya.
That's how I learned most of the Sang Kancil stories actually. It's like,
we have like 30 minutes of series like that during our time at 90s during 2000. But now, like, because all the kids have their own gadgets, so they can actually access what they wanted to watch. And yes, mostly it's from the West. Another question is here by Chris Q. So how about Raya and the Last Dragon? Would it be like a way from Disney to promote Southeast Asian culture as well as create a Southeast Asian princess?
Chris, is that you? Is that my student Chris?
Oh. Yes, doctor. Yes.
Yeah. So I kind of like highlighted Chris because he's the one who actually worked with Les Coparks. I mean, he was doing a internship with Les Coparks, so he knows a lot about the production values that they have in there. But yeah, Raya the Dust Dragon, I haven't watched it yet. I haven't had the time to watch it yet. But some people seem to think it's problematic. I haven't figured out why yet, so don't spoil it for me. I'll watch it and then I'll...
Don't spoil it, Dr. Maddie.
I was just about to say something about Raya and the Last Dragon.
I haven't watched it yet. But yeah, everyone that's Chris, he's the one working on Sang Kancil. Yeah. An entire PhD thesis on Sang Kancil, so yeah.
I'm really curious on Dr. Maddie's opinion on Raya.
I will not spoil anything.
You can just say your opinion without telling me.
Okay. So it's just that I do like the story, but I have mixed feelings because the world of I think the world of the world building in that film is that instead of focusing on one Southeast Asian culture, it kind of like meshes everything together into one seemingly homogeneous culture. There are subcultures in that world, but it's as if, for those who do not know Southeast Asia, right? It's as if Southeast Asia is just one big entity like that. So I had like some issues with that. Yeah,
I kind of can relate to that. In fact, there's a lot of the criticisms I was saying is along the same line, but I shall watch it and I might rant about it at some point.
Okay, there's another question. I agree with Dr. Anita. We need to be creative and it's a ticket for us to grow. Heritage is something can't be grown, so how can we sustain it? So the younger generation will read or watch it if it suits the current trend like Raya or Kerisnya Mangtunggal.
Yeah, I think people just need to kind of be aware of how cool our hikayats are. I mean, I read them in the original classical Malay, and I think that the main reason I wanted to be a folklore scholar when I was a teenager was because of sejarah Melayu. I was reading a lot of the epics at the time. I was reading The Deed of Kuhulin. I was reading The Nibelung Genlit. I was reading a lot of epics. And then I read Sejarah Melayu and I went, God, this is every bit as good as some of them, if not better. And I just wanted to explore that. And I feel like there's so much that is really awesome about our hikayats. I mean, there's so many science fictional elements in it. It's just ripe for adaptation. Yeah, that's what I think.
Okay.
Can I just ask just like a comment but you learned you've taken the Kursus Sastra Melayu, right?
Yes, yeah.
When you were doing your SPM. But for me, from when I was when I think back on my days in school, I didn't take Kursus Sastra Melayu because it's an elective, right?
Yeah.
But when you look at the Komsas component sastra in the education system, I'm not sure about how it is now. It's very limited that we don't really learn as much as I think we should about our sastra.
I think that's sad. In fact, I only did Kesusastraan Melayu in Form 6 because I was in the science stream in Form 3, Form 4, Form 5. Oh, it's Form 4 and Form 5. But you know, they used to have in the Bahasa Melayu books, they would have these snippets of the hikayats. And because we had to learn the Malay language, the hikayat language. So when I read it, I was like, I need to know more. So I checked out the book from the library. I mean, I wanted to know more. I just can't stop reading after that. It's like, Bidadari? Kayangan? Mana ni? So that's what happened.
Any more questions? Yeah.
Dr. Tanya, yes, I had to do excerpts of Sastra Lama in Form 4 and Form 5 in my time.
Oh, I love those things.
And this is from Ray. I've only read Zen Cho's Spirit Abroad, and that was how I got introduced to folklores. Add to that my friends' experiences and ancestral stories, and it's so interesting and scary to learn about.
I think the moral of the story is more and more newer creators have to kind of tap into these stories because that's the way it gets introduced again and again. And it's important that more than one of us is doing it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, there's no more question. If there's no more question, I wanted to ask one question. Can I?
Can.
Okay. When writing Malaysian folktales, are there any difficulties in translating process, as in the words, the culture, or you just take the bahasa words literally?
Well, if you look at my stories, there's always a mixture of languages.
Yeah, I can see it. Yeah.
I do that on purpose because I want sometimes for dramatic effect. Like, there's one part in Sang Rimau and the Medicine Woman. I just wanted to put the C word there. Because it just kind of fit like her anger. I mean, English word would not have been as it wouldn't have fit. It just wouldn't have fit. You needed to have that. As to difficulties in translation, honestly, I don't consider myself very good in Malay, but I love translating. And I feel like it's such a pleasure in itself to translate from the old text and to kind of find new ways to re-engage with it, because I always found that translation is a creative act in itself. Yeah. So I kind of enjoy the process.
And also we can widen the audience too.
Yeah, I think so, because I mean, look, I have my copy of Hikayat Raja Muda from when I was a teenager here, and it's like, oh my god, you can't see it because of the screen. Oh, that's sad. Anyway, and it's like I feel like it's not just a pleasure to do it. I feel it's my duty to share more. So yeah.
All right. Do we have any more questions?
Okay.
Okay, if that's all, then I think that is all we have for this session.
Okay.
On behalf of our team, I would like to thank Dr. Anita Haris Sakunanathan for joining our session today. After this, we will start session 2 at 11:30 a.m. with Professor Emeritus Dr. Muhammad Haji Saleh and his paper, The Relevance and Wisdom of Folklore. The session will be moderated by Ms. Shifa Hassan. Okay, before we conclude this session, let's us have a brief photography session with the speaker.
Okay. How do we do
You can
this?
turn
I
on
just
your camera.
right. Okay.
If you're not comfortable, you can just leave your camera off.
Okay.
All right. Wait, yeah. Wait. All right. Smile. All right.
Okay, can someone please send me this photo? I forgot to click my own photo button. Just
Alright.
send
I think I
I can
have
do that.
another picture again. Someone just turn on their camera.
Okay.
Okay.
Nanti tolong hantar ya.
Okay. Wait, another one.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
All right, thank you. That is all. Thank you, everyone. Let's end this session with Surah Al-Ars. All right, the next session will start in 3 minutes. So I'll pass the floor to our host, Sharifah Liana.
Okay, that's a wonderful discussion we have just now, and I'm glad to see a lot of people actually sharing their own experiences working with folklores, and we have a lot of here new, not new, I don't think she's new, but a fan of Dr. Anita, of course. Thanks for sharing, much appreciated. Okay, so we have like a few minutes left, and 3 minutes, and everyone can just stretch your legs before we proceed with the next session, which is from both like we already mentioned his name multiple times already now, so just maybe we can top up your water or something. Okay, 11:28, another 2 minutes. Thank you so much, Dr. Anita. It was a great discussion. Although I have a lot of questions, I'm so sorry. Wonderful sharing, Dr. Anita. This one is from Chris, Dr. Anita's student, right? Wonderful sharing, Dr. Anita. Was very interesting and got a lot more new insights from.
Yeah, a few of my anak-anak are here.
Yeah. Wow, so Chris Q. And good sharing, Doctor, and good jobs to Sarah. Yes. Well, we have 59 participants now. Wow. That's a huge number, actually.
So we're actually waiting for Prof.
Oh, Prof is not here yet.
Yeah, he's coming in soon. I've actually reminded him.
Okay, you just have to wait for our next guest. Yeah, he's not here yet. So anyone wanted to share like what they feel after the first session? We only finished first session. We have another 3 sessions. Yeah. So anyone wanted to share?
Just a comment. Can I just say something? Because when I look at bookstores, right? I always find books like on Greek mythology. We have on, Japanese myth, Japanese legends and stuff. I was actually trying to find, for my reading, I was trying to find something like a light reading thing for my own work, but I couldn't find any like a compendium or anthology in English. I did find scholarly works, but I'm sure if anyone has any recommendations of any works about Malay folk tales, which are not Skeets or Winstead, because I think that's already out there. Can you please suggest to me in the chat box? Thank you.
Okay. Still not here. Maybe he's trying to
he's
join
trying
in.
to. Yeah. Right. Let me just give him the link again. Yep.
Dr. Watch Upin Ipin Chris Yamang Tunggal. Yes, Shifa has mentioned to me to watch that countless time, but I didn't get chance to watch it yet. So maybe I have to watch after this. Since there's not much source, as you said, Doctor, would it be hard for future generation to have that as an area of interest?
I don't know if there's not a lot of sources. I just didn't find any yet, other than Winstead and Skeet. I do know there might be. I think Prof mentioned before that there was like one in Malay, which is like a big tome, but it's very academic. It's very scholarly. I was wondering for something that I could pick up and just read.
More like leisure reading for every age to actually enjoy reading. I see. And this, Dr. Anita said, I have short stories but not published, and can check out mythopoetica.com for my complete bibliography. Yeah, okay, Shahira has put the link for all of you to check out for complete bibliography. And I want to suggest Nino Tazis. Thanks, Shahira. Yes. Wow, this is a long comment actually. Who is that from? Ruby Juso. Just want to say that folklore and stories can act as a form of resistance against power and authoritarianism. Nonetheless, it really depends on how we utilize them as a tool of empowerment or oppression, particularly in the context of Malaysian women. I'm glad that we are having rich conversation about this. As a Kelantanese, the stories are very inspiring. Cik Siti, Wan Kembang, and Putri Sadong. Okay. See, there's a link. Okay. Oh, I think I see Prof. And I think I can pass the floor to our next host, which is Shifa, Miss Shifa Hassan.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Sister Liana, Sister Sarah, Dr. Mehdi, and also Dr. Anita for the wonderful presentation just now. Okay, I have not seen Professor Muhammad yet. Is he here?
I think, yeah, he's here.
Okay, I saw him. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning I bid to everyone. So we are now at the second session of the first biennial conversations on Southeast Asian folklore 2021. Malaysian folktales in the 21st century. My name is Nurishwa binti Hassan, and I will be the moderator for this session where we will be listening to Professor Muhammad's presentation on the wisdom and relevance of folklore. Okay, before we proceed with the event, let's start with the recitation of Ummul Kitab Al-Fatihah. Amin, amin, ya rabbal alamin. Okay, I also would like to remind everyone again, especially for those who have just joined us, some of our basic housekeeping rules. Okay, firstly, please turn off your camera during the speaker's presentation due to the data load or video feeds. Having cameras on may interfere with the quality of the feed. Secondly, make sure your microphone is also off throughout the session. And lastly, the closed captions are available for those with hearing impairments and neurodivergence. Okay, without further ado, allow me to introduce our speaker today. Professor, if you want to turn on your camera also, it's okay, so we can see who's the star of the day. Okay, Professor Emeritus Dr. Muhammad bin Haji Saleh is one of Malaysia's most celebrated poets and literary critics. He was made the 6th Sastrawan Negara or National Laureate in 1991. And in 2008, he was awarded the title Tokoh Akademik Negara or National Academic Figure for his tremendous contributions in academic fields on national and international levels. Due to his fluency in both Malay and English languages, he is also considered one of the most prominent literary translators who has translated many Malay poems into English language. Some of Professor Muhammad's prominent works include sajak-sajak sejarah Melayu, Malay historical poems, kumpulan puisi Malaysia, Malaysian poetry, and buku perjalanan Si Tenggang Kedua, Travel Journals of Si Tenggang II, which also secured him the 1977 ASEAN Literary Award. Okay. And soon after, we will open the Q&A session for about 10 to 15 minutes. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Emeritus Dr. Muhammad bin Haji Saleh. Prof, are you ready? Okay, I have not seen Professor Muhammad yet.
He's here, but his mic is off and his video is off. Maybe he needs time. Yeah.
Okay. It's okay. I also noticed that Dr. Anita mentioned about Professor Muhammad Tenggang, Perjalanan Si Tenggang, I think. That one I've learned it in Dr. Emilia's class, and she also like, that was the first time I met Prof. Muhammad in real life. So that was quite an honor for me to actually be the moderator for this session. Okay. Is Prof. Muhammad ready?
Okay. Are you there, Prof? I already asked to unmute and start video. Maybe he's not ready yet.
It's okay.
Dr. Mehdi is contacting him.
It's okay. You know, we are also. Is my voice okay?
Yeah, actually your voice is okay.
Okay.
But normal lah, the internet connection macam memang unstable at some point. But
Okay.
most of the time okay. So I think Dr. Mehdi is contacting him.
Yeah.
So what do you think, Miss Shifa, for the first session?
Okay, Dr. Mehdi texted something in the chat box. I will answer your question later.
A few more minutes. So you have to answer my question.
A few more minutes. Okay.
Maybe he's getting ready.
Hey, what's your question again?
How was the first session?
The first session is actually really great. I love how like she mentioned about Sumpahan Orang Minyak, and also I really like the Q&A session, because from Q&A sessions like we have a lot of point of views, and
you can actually
people like giving more examples.
Conversation lah, in conversation.
Yeah.
Well, I hope everyone gets how this event is more to engaging discussion. So don't worry, you all of you can actually ask question even during Q&A session. If you wanted to unmute yourself to ask, we welcome you to do that. Or if you're too shy, you can ask in the chat feature. Where do we watch Pipin? Shifa? On YouTube?
I watched it on before this because I love it so much, so I subscribed Astro first, but now it's available on Netflix.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't watch on YouTube. That's Shiva, do you know any classic characters from Kulim Kedah? Kulim? No, specifically from Kulim, I'm not sure. But Kedah, someone in Upin, character in Upin, Raja Besiong is from Kedah. Okay, yes, Dr. Mehdi, you want to say something?
Okay, so I'm in communication with Prof. I think there's a technical issue, so we're trying to fix that now. All right. Not sure why there's like
It's okay.
Like this technical issues is normal for like online webinar.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I noticed that Dr. Anita, is Dr. Anita still with us? Dr. Anita,
I think so.
Dr. Anita
I'm
mentioned
here.
that.
Yeah,
Dr. Anita mentioned that she stayed in Kedah. So where do you exactly stay? Because I'm now in Kedah.
Oh, I was from Form 1 to Form 5. I was in Sungai Petani, Father Barry's Convent.
Oh, okay. I'm from Kulim. I'm also a convent girl, but in Kulim, convent Kulim.
Yeah. So we used to go to this place, you know dekat mana tu, Pendang ke, Baling ke, near the area the Thai border tu.
I think it's Baling because Pendang is more like the center part.
Oh, there's someone else here from Father Barry's Convent. Yay, there's a lot of great books in that library.
Father Barry.
Yeah, Kedah will always have my heart. I mean, I was very sad when we left. I cried and cried and cried because I miss SP so much. So yeah. But yeah, I think there was a question somewhere about are there more Kedah questions, Kedah folktales represented. I would love to read more actually. I mean, it's like I keep wanting to go back to check all the candi and all that. Yeah.
Okay, we have Prof Muhammad here. Is Prof Muhammad ready? Lalita asked, I got cut off. Is there a YouTube link for the recording, please? I think, I believe that we will give you the link via email.
This one, Dr. Mehdi already gave the link, YouTube link.
Oh, okay.
We are streaming live.
I thought that's a YouTube link for Pain.
Got it, thanks. Is Prof connecting with another device or something? Okay, he's here.
Okay. Hi, Prof. Assalamualaikum. Prof, I can't hear you yet.
Good morning.
Good morning, Prof. Assalamualaikum.
Okay. Okay. Now is this thing on?
Yes, I can see you and hear you clearly.
Okay. Only that I can't see myself clearly. But then Dr. Anita asked me to give a paper on the Biennial about a year ago. From that time on, I have become invisible. And I don't mind at all, yeah. So it's okay. And I want to apologize that I'm almost 80 years old. And this technology is kind of a little too new for me. And I live in Kajang, and the smell of satay, cancels all the new technology. Whatever it is, I'll try to, this is split. It's a, the launch won't come through. Okay, is that okay? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, now, okay. So let me start by saying something about folklore. Now that folklore has not been introduced here in this in this meeting of ours, and there is no folklore departments in the whole of Malaysia. I think there isn't one in Indonesia too, but interestingly, there's one, a very famous one in University of Indiana. Professor Taib Osman our folklorist and also scholar of literature was the only one who really specialized in it. Now we have one or two, but somehow with the present atmosphere in Malaysia, folklore is shunted aside because we shunted literature aside too. And folklore is seen as something more that belongs to fantasy and the imagination, and therefore is not, how to say, has no place in this very scientific world. And that, of course, is very untrue. Only we sideline our folklore and our literature. Great cultures, great civilizations keep their folklore. Why, one asks? Because the folklore that they inherit is their own history, their own imagination, their own genius. So is our folklore. It is our genius. It is a great imagination of ours. But let me also say that the folklore is not only made up of stories, not only fantastic tales of the past. Folklore also includes the proverbs. And proverbs are, of course, very important. We'll talk about it later. It also includes mantras, how to make somebody love you or hate you, or people will come to your shop to buy. These also are a part of the folklore, Malay folklore. And let me say that it is not only the Malays who have folklores. And as we have now 100 languages in Malaysia, so says Professor Asma, we have 100 collections of folklores. The unfortunate thing or the sad thing is that not many of these are collected. And I propose to you young people, young lecturers, to do something about it before it is all gone. And many of the languages are dying now. Please do that before they are gone. As I said, the folklore of a people is the, how to say, the inherited genius, inherited cultures, inherited ideas, and inherited wisdom. So therefore, I name my little talk is as relevance and wisdom, because it is indeed wisdom. They might not come from people with PhDs, but they come from people who have lived through the ages, through the many, many environments, from the oceans to the mountains to the forests. And so therefore, they have collected experiences and how to say, conclude for us how these experiences are important in our lives. And therefore we, as their descendants, may be able to also pick the wisdom from them. So that's how I look at our folklore. Interestingly, I also stumble on Malay folklore. I'm from English literature originally, and then I went to comparative literature. And I noticed from the, how to say, external point of view, there are lots in Malay and local literatures that are very wonderful. So I returned to Malay language, I returned to Malay written literature, and now to the folklore and folk literature. There are lots to learn from. So do take your time. And also, we need to collect, as I said just now, the best of our folklore. Okay, can we go to the next slide, please? Okay, okay. Yes, I'm, okay, give me a minute. I am used to the typewriter. So therefore, this is too, I said, too new for me. And working with two computers at the same time is not helpful at all. Whatever it is, I just want to say again that this is a accumulation of wisdom and experiences. You can get them by living through one generation. These are the conclusions, the lessons from the many, many generations. 1,000 years ago, people went into the forest and looked at the bamboo, and they perhaps also were looking at the relationship between the tebing, the bank, and the bamboo. And they created a peribahasa seperti tebing dan bambu, ya, tebing dan bambu.
Seperti aur dengan tebing.
Ya, air dan tebing. Pandai pun saya pun sudah lupa. Okay, aur is a type of bamboo. So these things come down to us. Now nobody knows what aur is anymore. Yeah, I have a lot of bamboo around my house, but I don't have the aur. So that experience of the aur is retained for us, and how the tebing and the aur live and support each other. And in fact, in these times of floods, they are indeed very important. So it is a collection of experience for many, many generations, for many, many years. But it's also a treasury of ideas, of meditations, of emotions, as our ancestors traveled through time. And I said, it's not less than 1,000 years, and for some more than that. And they were composed since the beginning of early societies. And these societies picked them up and spread them in the various communities and subsequently bequeathed them to the following generations. Sometimes one community learned from the other and they use it in that new community. The Malay proverbs are now used in Indonesia as part of the proverbs of the Indonesians because they are pertinent, they mean things to this new generation, and that they have retained them is a blessed act, for through this act, we are able to inherit a wisdom the past. And let me say that the Malay and our other languages do retain a genius that is, how to say, comparable to the Chinese, the Japanese, or to the African. I'm now into African proverbs, and I find them so wonderful, so practical, and most times also quite comic. For life, for them and for us, can be quite comic. Next one, please. This is a kind of summary of what I've just said just now. And our ancestors learned their lessons from nature, from the environment, and they picked the similes and personification, metaphors and examples from nature itself, from the trees, from the grasses, from the paddy, from the birds, and so on. Macam-macam, many of them. And we are all the richer that our ancestors have done so. And they were so close to nature, they could feel, they could read the language of nature itself. And now, I think you also know, scientists have found out that trees talk to each other, and birds, of course, communicate with each other, and they have languages of their own. And now, if only we listen to this parts of nature, our world wouldn't be burning now as it is happening. I heard yesterday there was fire in the Arctic. Never before this was so. In Siberia and in Algeria, first time I heard, and it's all over the world. Says the orang asli of Australia. I don't like the word aborigines here. Orang asli of Australia. If the white men have listened to us and listened to our way of living, then the fires that came throughout Australia and burnt millions of acres last year won't happen. And we in Malaysia also are not listening to the language, to the soul, to the life of nature itself. And we are perhaps among the greediest of the peoples of the world, want to build blocks of flats, blocks of condos, for people who have money, not for people who need them. As I looked out of my window, there are about 6 or 7 blocks of 20-story apartments that weren't there before. And of course, we cared nothing for the hills, for the rivers, and for the trees around them. So we got to learn from the stories and the proverbs, because there are lessons that we must learn if you want to survive. If not, we might not last more than 50 years from now. Next slide, please. So this is also a kind of summary of what I've been saying, and perhaps I don't need to repeat. Next slide, please, 6. I am into Malay proverbs. I have collected the Malay proverbs, got a huge book, 300 pages of proverbs in Malay around the archipelago. So I have collected some from the Minadonis, some from the Amboinis, they're very funny, some of them, and also the latest, the newest proverbs in Jakarta and so on. So I have learned something from them, that these are thinking peoples, these are people who are very sharp in their observations of nature and observations of other people, other human beings. So I think we need, like them, to learn from nature to survive. And one way of learning from nature is looking at what they have said about nature itself. And as I am a student of literature and I try to write some poetry myself, I feel the proverbs, for one, are the earliest poems of ours, and the second, among the best of our short forms. And we have to keep them and not only hold on to the stories. And in Malay, of course, the proverbs may be called perbilangan, kata-kata adat, simpulan bahasa, sambaan bahasa, and so on. Next slide, please. Okay. Proverbs are composed not only by the city people in Malacca or in Palembang or in Pasai alone. They were written or composed by paddy planters who are stricken by the meaning of their plants, for example, or the sun, or the moon, or the seasons. And they, arrange a few words to reflect these impressions of them. So are the fisher folks. So were the fisher folks in the great oceans of ours. They also compose proverbs, and they are from Langkat, Deli, Jambi, Palembang, Bangkahulu in Sumatra. In Java, the peribahasa is well known in Betawi and Jakarta. Now, of course, in the Indonesian language. In Borneo, they were likewise composed in Banjar, Kutai, Pontianak, Ketapang, Brunei, Sarawak, Sabah. Saya takut tu Pontianak itu. Saya pergi ke sana dulu. I did go to Pontianak, but there were no Pontianak during the day. And I left the city before it was nightfall, fearing that the Pontianaks would come. To the east, the islands of Nusa Tenggara, the peribahasa in the Malay language are found in Manado, Ambon, and Ternate. And interestingly, the Papuans, sebelah Indonesia, are composing new poems and new proverbs, and many of them are very, very funny. Try to Google for them, and you will be able to enjoy new proverbs, new takes on contemporary life. Next one, please. I was starting to say that the proverbs, the peribahasa, was composed by unlettered people but people who know of the world, they might take a word or two to begin with in the composition of the peribhasa itself. But because they listen carefully to the sound of the language, at some assonance and alliterations, the favorite of the Malays, and the rhyme added to the loose ends, and all this tie up to make pretty and how to say wise peribhasa. And many of them are great composers. I take my songkok to them because as a poet, I know it is hard to write good poetry. And our ancestors, our makers of the proverbs are great poets in that way. Next one, please. Like literature, language, besides English that is, and bahasa kebangsaan, a little considered things that are not important in a university or in a country. The country must make money, must make numbers, must make riches, but not a great literature. So it is quite sad what is happening to us now. And I said yesterday, many of our ministers of education know very little of languages, cultures, and in fact, education itself. I think languages translate the human genius and those beyond our land and our water, our tanah air. The word tanah air is beautiful. In English, it's country, isn't it? Motherland. But tanah air, because we come from an archipelago, to say tanah itself is not enough. So it's tanah air. I am also claiming that as languages are central to our survival and growth, so are the folklore and the literary works of Malaysians, who, according to Asma, total 100 in all. So please rush to collect the language and the languages and also the products so they are not gone forever. And finally, languages describe the peoples, their cultures, their riches, their ideas, and their lives. Next one, please. Now we do not have time to listen to the quiet meanings of words, to the images and structures of ideas, the music of our people, the riches that overflow in the languages. These are the assets given to us by our ancestors, but we have chosen only the superficial language, the skin of the language that is our concern now, that is the one we are using. The depths, the deep meaning, the rhyme, the structures of ideas tend to be forgotten. Next one, please. So listen to your language. Hold on to your language. This is my poem translated into English. And may I read it? Yeah, for some time. But do remind me when I should end, yeah? Hold your language in the bowl of your palms, for in its words you can hear the sigh of your ancestors. In its swung syllable is the dance and melody that may undo this ancient anxiety. Read your language. Its sentences may be the quiet antidotes to arrogance. Between its sound, you will hear the clear voice of your blood, which narrates the legend of your race. So that's my take on language. And I have written to the Malay language from English. English is a wonderful language, but Malay too is a wonderful language. And says my Russian friend, it is one of the most beautiful languages in the world. Yeah, so take care of it, hold on to its music, and please do things to help them grow and to make them more beautiful. Next one, please. Mana dia? Ini kah? Okay. Literature itself helps to define and deliver ideas. And ideas are the edifices of culture. We need the literature of the past and the future to read the souls of our peoples, of our times, our own soul and those of our times too. The humanities help us to be ourselves, to be human, to see the present and the future maps of civilization. And of course now, young people are asked not to take the humanities as subjects in the universities because they say you cannot become rich, yeah, or you can't even find a job. This is not so in England. This is not so in Norway. It's only here in Indonesia now. We think science and mathematics is everything. And we should be reminded that it is not everything. Because if you want to know history, you must come to literature in the traditional stories and tales and so on. And also literature teach us tales and descriptions of the ways of the courteous, the moral, the ethical, and the good. We learn from the words, the meanings and emotions within them. We follow the plots of their experiences, the causes and effect of action, and even intentions. We love stories because they are our very narratives, our biographies, and our autobiographies. Without literature, we would have a lot of numbers. We might have some more properties, but the property of the soul would be left out. So please hold on to your literature because folklore is part of that literature itself. Next one, please. So again, as a kind of summary, literature and language draw the greatest map of the human heart and brain. It is deep delving. It goes many, many layers from the surface. And in its arms, you find the faintest of emotions and also the greatest of emotions that we all must go through as human beings. And it teaches us of ideas of how to live and how living should be conducted. Languages, literatures, history, and philosophy help create the multi-dimensional man and woman in real society, not the one-dimensional ones that are unfortunately walking our streets or are making decisions on our behalf. I think the paddy planter might be more multidimensional than our tauques, our rich people, our business people, and so on, because they live a larger life. Next one, please. In the folklore, in all the folklores of our communities, we find our stories. And this become our history and is recorded on our behalf. In them, we are sensitive enough. If we are sensitive enough, caring enough, we may find ourselves, our personalities, our character, and our meaning. Much as we must know our present and future, we must also know our past. For an understanding of the past may help us avoid the many mistakes that the untutored might commit. So therefore, in the Sejarah Melayu that I translated as Genealogy of Kings, Sulalatus Salatin, there are stories of the origins of Bukit Seguntang in Palembang. The story of Pasai, how Pasai was founded. Pasai was the name of a dog. Malacca itself, and Patani. And as I was looking for some special Malay folk tales, I was looking also for the origins of the durian. And I could not find any. If you do know, please contact me. Okay, and we can share it out, yeah. But I found a Khmer folk story of the beginnings, origins of a durian. It says that there was once a great king, and he had a beautiful daughter. But this daughter would not listen to him, would always go against him. After some time, he put a curse on her, and she became a durian, a spiked fruit. I don't know whether one should thank the king and also the young lady for giving us the durian. But anyway, I think the durian is a fruit of heaven. If I go to heaven, I would like to have the durian. I'm not sure. I would like the apple more than the durian. Anyway, so we find great stories in our folklore. And please, again, do something about collecting them. Next one, please. So do not forget that we need philosophers as well as we need mathematicians and also scientists. We forget about the philosophy in our curriculum, and in most universities, not much of philosophy is taught. USM once had a philosophy department. Then there was no takers, because we are told that it's useless. You can be rich with philosophy, and students avoided the department, and finally it became unique, a service unit to the university courses. So it is a sad case. Even Singapore, that boasts of its riches, still have a department of philosophy. And I was a student of that department, and that was in 65. Imagine, for so many years, it still survived and still has students. And we killed our philosophy department. Yeah. And I think we have not chosen well. I think if we are, how to say, a creature, we would be walking only on one side and might be driven into the drain because we are not balanced as a creature. And I think we are coming to that. Humanity is less, philosophy less, and with a lot of money in our pockets. So this is a sad case, and it's happening to us. Next one, please. Okay, so these are some of our stories that are very popular, still are some of them, but some of them are no longer so. There is this Sang Kancil stories. Sang Kancil, I think, was very popular because our ancestors live in communities, in societies that have their leaders, the rajas and bangsawans, who are quite violent, quite self-centered, and are given to only protect themselves and not the small men and women in the society. So these stories are created to show that if you use your mind like the Sang Kancil, you can defeat the harimau, the buaya, crocodiles, and so on. And of course, these are important. And we need stories like that too. And of course, the bawang putih, bawang merah, okay, Abu Nawas, and the Iban stories, and so on and so on. Let me say that the Sang Kancil is very popular among the Malays in Malaya, but also among the Javanese, and also in some communities in Mindanao. They call them the Pilando, stories. Next one, please. There are, of course, stories and folk stories from our neighbors. One of the famous one is the Sun Tonpu's Kung Pan, a poem where two lovers sought the hand of a beautiful lady called Wan Tong. Kun Chang was rich but ugly on the one hand. Kun Pen was good looking but poor on the other. They must go through several adventures and difficulties to gain her. Yet in the end, the lady, Wan Tong, was still unable to choose between the two, and she was sentenced to death by the king for not making a choice. Okay, but I also said yesterday that I think it is this Vietnamese who has such a great collection of folk tales. They're very proud of their past, and as I noticed that at a conference, they had at least 20 volumes of their own folklore. And the Filipinos have a project in the University of the Philippines to gather as much as possible from the many islands that are part of the Philippines. Next one, please. So we are given heroes and heroines by these stories. We also meet the violent protagonist. We meet the pious and quite often to the pseudo-pious for whom piety is a glittering show of word and gestures. We meet the fisherman seeking out his life from the harsh tropical sea and his splendid brothers on land, the farmers taming the sword and the storms. Many of these protagonists are quite silent, not saying much. Of course, we have Hang Tua and Hang Jebat. And it's very, very thoughtful one. And I think it is also work of genius. Once I went to Hawaii for a conference on the heroes East and West. They were quite taken how a hero and an anti-hero and his opponent could be turned around by the times. The one that was a hero became the anti-hero and so on. So not many people have stories of this kind. They are very thoughtful. Okay, next one, please. Do we have time? No. We almost have no time, yeah? Okay, I think I'll end with this, okay? There's another poem of mine. So I have to force poems on you because not many people are reading my poems. Neither are buying this, buying the books. Tak apalah, seronok ya. This is, I think, a thoughtful poem. Lower your voice. There is an addict of silence seeking the transparent face of day. There are animals who live among chirps, sniffs and snorts above the noise of the forest, but not in the jungle of arguments of the salesman or shrieks his cracked thirst for profits, of profits. Lower your voice, share the words and the rhythm of the seas with all those whom we must live with, and so on and so on. So please listen to your poems. Please listen to the poems of past, because in the many stories, many syair especially, syair has a lot of stories, syair kupu-kupu, syair burung pingai, syair bayan, syair ikan terubuk, dan lain-lain, because we are people of the sea, and therefore poems about the sea are real, how to say, pictures of real experiences. So that is my little offer of a perspective on the folklore of Malaysia. I'm not a specialist. I am a wanderer in the wonderful imagination of the past and the present. And I think I live a beautiful life because my ancestors wrote beautiful stories, told beautiful stories, composed beautiful poems. And with the folklore, with literature, we can also be a more beautiful people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Muhammad. Okay, so now let's move on to the Q&A session. So anyone, please do not hesitate to ask your question. You may unmute yourself or also use the chat box feature. So we can see in the chat box here, I think it's like a gathering of your admirers, Prof. It's like all of praise. Should I read some? This one is from Dr. Anita. She said that, and Muhammad Haji Saleh poem is always a joy to hear it recited. Is a precious privilege. And then Ruby said, what an enriching
Many
talk by
thanks.
Prof. Muhammad Haji Saleh.
Thank you, Ruby. Where do I buy
Your
my
poetry book.
I'm sorry to have to do this. My poems are published all over the place. A few in Dewan Bahasa, a few in USM, one in UUM Press, earlier in UM Press and UKM Press. So it's all over the place. And why not? Why not? Because I think it's my task to spread the beauty that I've found in the Malay language for all, especially at times when we are doubting the ability of our language to be a world-class medium, a world-class example of great imaginative creations, yeah, stories, proverbs, poems, and so on. Jadi tak usah risau, yeah. Okay.
Okay. Any more questions?
Assalamualaikum. Can I? Yeah,
Oh,
this
Dr.
is
Mahmood, yes.
Yes. Yeah, I agree with that. We should retain departments like philosophy. But the problem, Prof, when we talk about the department of philosophy, in most universities, they teach simply Western philosophy. So I think that is both pros and cons when we talk about philosophy. I think our students are being spoon-fed only Western philosophy, but not Eastern or Islamic philosophy. So I want to hear from Prof. What is your take on this, please?
This has been happening for quite some time. When I was a student in Singapore, in the Department of Philosophy itself, we only were taught Western philosophy, from the Greek to the French, the English to the German, but never the Asian. But after that, I heard they introduced some Chinese and Indian philosophies. I'm not sure about the Islamic philosophies, but IIUM is the place, yeah, to introduce Islamic philosophy in a modern way, in how to say, in contemporary idioms and way of thinking. And I would like to hear read works of Islam, not only of prayer, but also a religion that seeks equality among men and women, of democracy, of fairness, of justice, and so on. This we do not talk too much of. We talk more of ibadat, but I think being good is ibadat too. Being a good scholar, a good student is ibadat too. So it's just not prayer. That's how I see it. Yeah. So it's high time that we teach Islamic philosophy along with the other philosophies of Asia, because Buddhist philosophy is fine indeed. so the Tibetan, so the Middle Eastern, and so on and so on. Why not? They have a right to the world. They have a right to the, how to say, to the life of the world. So, sorry, somebody's calling me, so I'm distracted. So they have a right to be around. Okay. And about my poems being collected by IIUM, that would be nice. That would be nice. I'm still the Sastrawan Negara there for some more months. I'll get Encik Rusfa, Dr. Rusfa, to come and listen to you. And perhaps belanja dia sikit boleh jadi lah. Okay. Okay.
Okay, here's a question from Dr. Tanya. She said that, Prof, I believe you did a book on tracing Hang Tuah. It could be a good source for reimaginings of the Hang Tuah stories.
Okay, I have translated Hikayat Hang Tuah, huge book, about 600 pages. And I always tell this story that when I started translating it, I was tall, dark, and handsome. When I finished translating it, after 15 years, I became shorter. I became, how to say, fairer, but also still handsome. Jadi apa? And there was a book of essays, Seeking Hang Tuah, by UM Press. Yeah. So I think we have to reinterpret Hang Tuah. Your generation have to do it. Yeah. Some people think it's Hang Jebat. Some people think it's still Hang Tuah. And I think both of them are heroes in their own way. And the real hero is made up of elements of Hang Tuah, good elements of Hang Tuah, and good elements from Hang Jebat itself. That is the hero of our literature. So do that. Have a little conference on them. It's been a long time since we have a conference on Hang Tuah or conference on folklore, for example. Please do that. Please do that.
Okay, there's one question by Khadijah Amir. Okay.
I just want to add one sentence. Prof, I think you know that there is a your book on Hang Tuah in the current issue of Asiatic.
Okay, just a moment. Mereka nak balik ya? Okay. Or in Asiatic, yeah. Is that the?
Yes, there is a review of book on Hang Tuah.
Okay. I need to look at it soon. Yes. Who by? Remember?
This is an academic from University. Her name Edda Abu Bakar. Dr. Edda Abu Bakar.
Okay, I need to look at it, but it's good to share. It's good to share ideas. And the more we write, the more we think. I'm afraid now also this sad case of writing only one article or two articles a year published in Scopus's journals and so on. It's not good enough. You need to write books because articles are only pieces of ideas. Yeah, they're not gathered together to find big idea, a big philosophy, a big thought on life itself. And it is sad in those days, if you look at somebody like Professor Teb Osman, who has composed books, written books, you really look up to them. And now you can't even find the articles, written, in some American English language journal, and that article is 5 pages long, and there are 12 writers to it, 12 names to it. Ini bonceng-bonceng ini. Dan bonceng kadang-kadang jatuh motosikal dah mati. And boleh mati. Sastra dunia akademik kita boleh mati. Ya, kalau kita bonceng-bonceng begini, saya tahu. And we are no longer the proud writers. We are only a writer because we have our friends agreed to allow us to add our name to their paper. And so therefore, it is indeed a sad situation. I have told lecturers and so on to go and see the ministers. For one, to let the humanities return to their honored place as it was many, many years ago. And the second one, if you write books, you should get a lot of points. I sometimes take 10 years, 15 years to write a book. But you need what, a year, half a year to write an article, a journal article. So, and I hear that if you write a book, you get 5 points. Is that so? Doga. If you write a paper, you get 3 points.
Prof, I think for academia now, I think writing papers, journal articles yield more points than books, at least for some universities.
Okay. I think we are not thinking straight. Even the mathematics is not good. Yeah. For all the mathematics that we teach in the universities in school, this is wrong. Malu dekat you look at the universities in Europe, it's only UIA that rejects this ranking business. It rejects ways of looking at academicians and judging them from their Scopus journals. And you know, Scopus journals are owned by capitalists, big publishers, and we have fallen into that trap. And with the Scopus, you cannot use Malay language. It's not allowed. It's only English. Even the Germans and French people are complaining. And they charge you to publish, isn't it, kan? 3,000 or 4,000 ringgit to publish. And that is money making. It's not for the spread, for the to encourage good research and good work. This is more like encouraging themselves to get more money. And this is very sad that our universities have fallen into their trap. Is tragic indeed. And therefore, you cannot write good papers on folklore in Malay. You can only write in English. And also how many journals entertain articles on literature and folklore? Very, very few indeed. Harvard, and Yale and Berkeley, they don't care for these things. We shouldn't care for them too. And our, how to say, our ministers shouldn't care for these things. We should care for the real academic achievement, the creation of knowledge, of new knowledge, and bringing up our students and describing the achievement of our cultures in the area and in the world, not only from the West. So that's my little take. Yeah.
Okay, there's another question by Khadijah. As a laureate, what do you consider to be a good poem or any piece of work?
Wah, ini soalan besar ni, Khadijah. How to say? I have written a poem, apa? Lupa. I have written a book, what I consider to be the elements of good poetry, for example. Yeah, this is the book. Yeah, pengalaman, nampak? Pengalaman puisi. That's my take on your question. But how do you say? I read books for the imagination, for the language, for the ideas, and for the humanity of the works. I don't care for their brilliant technology or play of plot. I go more for the real experience of real human beings. So I am always for Shakespeare. I'm always for Dostoevsky and Mark Twain, and okay, for the Latin American writers who are close to their people and to their experience. Yeah, so it's not just enjoying the, how to say, the plot. I want it to be bigger than that. I want to feel that I'm a better person after I've read the book. I need to feel that I have a new light shining at me after reading the book. So it's not just fun. That's my idea of a great work. Boleh kan?
Sure. Okay, can we have one last question from Farida?
Assalamualaikum, Prof. Farida from IIUM.
Prof. Farida.
Yeah, I have a question. You know, the issue on folklore. Actually, folklore is more towards oral tradition. So when we talk about folklore as writing, I think we're moving away from that tradition, undermining speech. So I think there's so much emphasis on the written world that we undermine speech. So much so today, you know, with the new generation, they don't communicate well because everything is on WhatsApp, game and all that. You try to talk to them, they can't speak as, you know, as the old days where, because there's much emphasis on oral. Can you comment on that, us moving away from this oral tradition, storytelling, Prof?
Yeah, that's a good point, Farida. I noticed that the Malays have always been an oral people. They enjoy good language, good performances. They like the pantuns and the syair because these are very beautiful renditions in language, in the Malay language, and very much products of chosen works. Yes. And the oral stayed with us for a long, long time. They are still with us now. In fact, Shannon Ahmad, a few years ago, when he wrote, it was almost 50% oral, and the rest were quite literate, as it were. And he enjoyed it. And Azizi also was so. Now Ladin Nui is very oral. Many of the poets are oral because they like their poems to be read. I think, for one, we should have time to look at our folklores and enjoy them. We don't have enough good stories retold for the children. Now the children are with some Japanese stories or some strange American creations, and not the simpler, how to say, tales that are easier to enjoy. I would, for example, like to ask the young people to rewrite our old stories in good new language with new imagination, so that the younger people can enjoy them. Now there are children of Cinderella. Now there are children of who else? I don't follow. I don't follow too much. Yeah. We need to return. Yeah. There some one or two writers doing that, but not enough. Yeah, not enough. Do it in Malay and English. Then, Farida, I think we need to have a few courses, especially given to folklore of Southeast Asia, yeah, of English, and then finally a department of folklore. That will be great. That will allow us to have room and new young people to explore this quite wonderful area. And I say, as I said, not only Malay, but 99 other languages. And why not venturing into Batak stories or Sundanese and Javanese stories? The Americans don't have all this, but they study our stories. They think the products that we produce are the products too, and they have a right to come and study and recreate our works. And I like to ask the young people to think in this way, to think that we can share our good works. And I think we are no lesser than other people. Bolehlah Farida buat department satu.
Okay. So I think that we are nearing the end of our second session. Thank you and sorry for not being able to entertain all the questions on the chat box. On behalf of our team, I would like to thank Professor Emeritus Dr. Muhammad bin Haji Saleh for joining our session today, and also everyone for tuning in with us. After this, we will have a short break and we'll resume again at 2 p.m. for session 3, Reimagining Folktales, Conversations with Adi Fikri Ahmad and Dr. Suraya Muhammad Nasir, which will be moderated by Muhammad Afif Alimin. Okay, before we conclude this session, let us have a brief photography session with our speaker. Can anyone, okay, for those who wish to participate, please turn on your camera. But if you don't, it's okay. Come, let's take picture with our national laureate. It's not every day we had this chance.
May I thank you all for giving me this space to say something about the folklore of our country and some of the countries around Southeast Asia. But let me also say what I don't like about webinars is that I don't have to get a treat of drinks or dodol or whatever. So I have to find my own drink now. But do return to our great folklores, to our great literatures. Do help collect them. Do help translate them so that you in the English department have a sense of real contribution. You are not only teaching a language of the English, who have for a long time colonized us, but you are also translating your works into English and of course from English to Malay and some other languages. Please do that. Thank you.
Okay, is everyone ready? Okay. Prof, can we have you also in the screen?
Okay, yeah.
Okay, everyone smile. 1, 2, 3. Okay, another one. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay. Okay, I think that's all.
Terima kasih.
Okay. You're
Terima kasih,
welcome,
Prof.
Prof.
Terima kasih.
Okay. All right, thank you everyone. Let's end this session with Surah Al-As. Okay, thank you and see you guys again in the next session. Thank you very much, Prof, for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you. Take
Terima kasih,
care.
Prof.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you. Keep well.
Thank you, Prof. Stay safe.
InsyaAllah.
Yes.
Okay, we will leave this Zoom session on until we resume again at 2 p.m. So everyone who wanted to like grab a drink or like have your lunch, and for those who are fasting today, you can, you know, it's about time for Zuhur. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Unfortunately, I
Yes.
won't be joining you this afternoon. There's another session that I have to attend, so it's a pity. But it will be recorded, right? So maybe I can follow the recording later.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Tanya. Shifa can grab food as puasa, bro.
Yeah, so fasting. It's at 8
Kirain
a.m.
set
here. I take a
8
short
a.m.
nap. Wow.
It's
Fasting
8
too.
a.m. Someone
Yes.
grab some dodol to Prof. Prof, you join us again. In 2 years' time, we'll have some dodol for you, inshallah.
Yes. Physical webinar. Seminar. No webinar. No. Okay.
Okay.
Hah? Tak apalah ayah ni. Ayah kena ceramah.
Okay, hi. Afif okay? Dr. Medi pergi ambil makanan dia kejap.
Tak apa, tak apa. Saya okey. InsyaAllah.
Afif macam nak bagi ceramah.
So kira like right away Afif will continue lah
Ya.
Okay.
Lepas session ni, session Dr. Medi kan? Okay.
Adi Fitri and Dr.
Suraya.
Dr. Surais. Are they here?
I haven't seen their names.
I am.
Yeah. Brother Fitri, Adi Fitri is here.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam.
Hello everyone. We are still waiting for some more participants to join, so we will start in a few minutes. Thank you. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. If our both of our panelists is here, so I think we can start the session now. I'm sorry, I lost my words. All right. I'm Muhammad Afif Ali bin Muhammad Sabri, and I will be your moderator for this session from 2 p.m. until 3 p.m. Okay, before we start, I would like to introduce to all of you, or both of our panelists today, Brother Adi Fitri and also Dr. Suraya Nasir. As for the information to all of you, Brother Adi Fitri is the comic artist and illustrator of the Taubat Si Tanggang series. And while Dr. Suraya is the comic artist for Jejon de Jepun. Okay, so I think before we start all of our the session for today, I would like to invite Brother Adi Fitri and Dr. Suraya to introduce themselves. So I think we can start with Brother Adi Fitri.
Hello, Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam.
My name is Adi Fitri Ahmad. I'm a comic artist, illustrator, and based in Shah Alam. I'm the creator, writer, artist for the comic series Taubat Si Tanggang, which is available from April Comic.
Okay, thank you, Brother Fitri. Now we move on to Dr. Suraya. Would you care to introduce yourself a bit to us?
Okay. Hi. Hello. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, very clear.
Assalamualaikum and good afternoon to everybody, to participants and the organizers. First of all, thank you for inviting me to the event. I'm very happy to be here with you guys. So my name is Suraya binti Manaseh, also known as John Suraya. I am a comic artist. I started my career back in 2009 until presently. And my work mostly publish my works in comics magazine, and my latest work would be my Jejon di Jepun series, published by Maple Comics. And I'm currently teaching at UPSI, UPSI, in the animation department, focusing on pre-production animation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Suraya, for the introduction. So after the introduction of our panelists, I would like to welcome all of you to the session Reimagining Folktales conversation with our panelists Adi Fitri and also Dr. Suraya. A bit of introduction, the 21st century has witnessed how fairy tales, folk tales, legends, and myth, or in our national language, cerita dongeng, cerita orang tua-tua, I think that's what one of them called, are adapted and retold in various creative media. Okay, we've re-envisioned folktale films, television, and print media, and we can see that these articulations or adaptations often offer different perspectives or attempt to challenge prevailing notions of being, seeing, and doing in a particular culture. Okay, I would like to take a quote from Donald Hase. Okay. As a genre characterized by endless variation and adaptability, the fairy tale lends itself especially well to reinvention under these circumstances. As technology continues to advance and the visual experience becomes increasingly creative and interactive, it will be interesting to see how the production and reception of the fairy tale changes to take advantage of these new possibilities. So we are going to mostly revolve around the how we can adapt folk tales to our new media, just like what our two panelists have done in their comics. So I would like to pose a question to the both of our panelists, Brother Adi and Dr. Suraya. The both of you have actually adapted local folk tales and legends or incorporated elements of local folklore into your creative work. So for Brother Adi, your work is a sort of continuation of the Si Tanggang tale and retelling of various local tales as well.
Sure.
All these tales exist within the same universe in your comic. And and Dr. Suraya, you have done your work and incorporates elements and creatures like the Pari-Pari fairies, Putri Legenda, where in the terms in English is like fairies and the princesses, just like if I may ask, what has actually inspired you to tap into local folk tales, and how important are those local stories for your creative process? Dr. Suraya, would you like to go first for this question?
Okay, all right. Thank you for the question. All right, so I think in my case, my experience in writing works which has been inspired by local folktales might be slightly different from Adi's. This is because it was not a personal choice to write stories inspired by such law, and this can be traced back in 2013 and 2019, where I worked with two projects. So the first one is in 2013, where I teamed up with a local company, animation company, to help the script and also work on the pre-production, where I draw the characters and also write the storyboard for the story Legenda Santubong. As you guys know, Legenda Santubong was inspired by the stories of two celestial princesses of Sarawak, which is Santubong and Sejinjang. And then the other project is in 2019, where I was invited to draw for Comics and Putri Legenda Comics Anthology, where the artists are required to draw stories inspired by the princesses of the legends and folk tales and so on. So for both projects, the folklore elements and the folklore themes has been set up by the director and also the editor. So it was not a personal choice to draw that. But then I found my connection to the works only after I worked on the project itself. So it's slightly different from Adis lah. But for me personally, I think it is important to continue writing local stories in popular media as a way to continue the efforts of our, previous ancestors, which transmit the stories through oral tradition. So in our case, it's through comics and through printed media. And looking back, my grandmother, who is her name is Ato Siti, she always tells us about the local legends of mermaids, and then she talks a lot about the princesses while inserting cultural beliefs and values through oral tradition. So I would like to think that I'm continuing her efforts, but through comics and also animation. So I think it's important to have the local elements and local folktales in our in producing creative works.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Raya, for the yeah. I do think actually it is very important for us to pass on the stories to them. But like the previous our ancestors and all, we do pass them through orally. Maybe we can actually gain the interest of the newer generations by imposing it into creative media. Thank you. Okay, so I think now Brother Adi Fitri may have a different answer, or probably wants to support Dr. Raya in that.
As Dr. Surya has said that for me it's more of a personal choice because it's a story I choose to tell. I think I was inspired seeing how what people have done mainly with Western fairy tales, how they have adapted and sometimes retold their fairy tales, as we can see in like the Disney animated movies, and just to name a few. And I thought, maybe we can try something with our own rich cultural heritage of folktales and folklore, since we have like a lot that largely untapped or unheard of outside of our own country or region. So yeah, that's how how I started on this journey with Taubat Setanggang.
Thank you, brother. That's very interesting inspiration for you to start the writing and continuing the local folk tales, just like you did in your Taubat Setanggang. You continued the story of Setanggang after the curse. So my second question is how important it is for the readers and audience to see not only the elements of local folk tales, but also the local context in the stories that we actually tell today. So I think we try Brother Arifitri to answer this question for.
I think all stories, the stories that we tell ourselves and what we consume, is a reflection of our lives, of our surroundings. So by putting these local folktale elements in our stories or retelling it, it helps the audience to reconnect with their surrounding, be more aware of their stories, of their world, basically. Because I think this goes back to this current notion that representation matters. You see that the more you see the more you see yourself represented in the media you consume, sort of reinforce your sense of identity. So in that sense, does that answer the question? I think, yeah. So it's more about being aware of our own surrounding, of our own identity within the whole world, in a larger community.
Okay, understood. What about okay, before I before this follow-up question, I think Dr. Suraya would like to answer
Okay.
This question too. Okay.
Sure, it's interesting that Adi's talk about the identity aspect of adapting local context in stories. So for me, I feel like in all of these local folk tales and legends, they are not just merely entertainment purposes. They have their own means of disseminating knowledge, and they have a certain element to it lah. So for me, when artists choose to adapt local elements in their works, they have to keep in mind that they should not only feature the aesthetic part of the local folktales in their work, they should also consider how the local context is incorporated in the body of works. Now, without them having to combine these two elements, aesthetic part and also the local context in their story, the works will lack, a certain depth to the work itself, and then it can be a bit superficial. So I'm keeping this advice of mine in my mind when I'm creating my works, to when I would like to incorporate all this kind of local element, to not just focus on the aesthetic part. I should also look into the local aspect of the local context of the story, how the story are told at the same time.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Soraya. So, my local question, my follow-up question would be, do you agree that the representation, like Brother Fiji said, this local context that you put is going to be a representation of our surroundings? So do you think it will affect the view of other people, maybe outside, even inside, to view that this is our culture? Do you understand? Get my question?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you asking me? Alright.
I asked the opinions of both of you.
Maybe Adi would like to go first.
Okay, so Brother Adi Fitri, would you like to go first?
Essentially, yes, because I think outside of our to the outside world, I think we, as a country, as a culture, are pretty much unheard of.
Yeah.
We are pretty much unknown. So the way that other people are going to know us is by loving us now, by our how we portray ourselves in our stories. A simple example is I don't know any Koreans, but I know about them, and my perception of them now shaped by the media they put out, the music and the film, TV, So whatever they put in there, that's my perception of them, because I don't personally know any Koreans myself. So it will be the same for in our case. Anything we put out, that's how people who don't know us will perceive us. I think, and that's why it's quite a heavy burden now that I've put it like that. Yeah.
It is like a bit of a heavy topic to put it out there, showing our culture through Australia, without knowing that they might misunderstood it. I don't know. Okay, what about Dr. Suraya? Do you have an opinion on this?
I would like to agree as well with Brother Adi Fitri. I feel like us artists have a sense of responsibility, when we put out all these works. We have to really think about what kind of works that we put out, not just simply, drawing stuff because we feel like it, So now that me and myself, I mean myself and Adi is at a certain age where we are more mature, and we have an afterthought when we we put out all the works. So I feel like we do have a sense of responsibility on that part. And I do have a interesting story where during my my time in Japan last time, my supervisor, Professor Sugaya Mitsuru, he was very interested in knowing about Malaysia. He doesn't know a lot of about Malaysia. He just know about Malaysia through the F1, racing cars. He's interested in that. And then I asked him to buy Datuk Lat's Kampung Boy, because they had an adaptation of Japanese language for that version, for that book. So he actually knew a lot about our culture through that book. So I think that is what Adis mentioned earlier, when people from outside of our culture would like to know more about Malaysia. Comics and animations and all this kind of media have a sense of a role in explaining about our culture to the outside. So yeah, I agree.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Suraya, for that very interesting story from your side and Brother Adi Fitri's about the role of our roles to disseminate our local context to the people, especially comic artists such as you two. So including that, I'm sorry.
John, your supervisor is called Suraya too.
Sugaya.
Oh.
Sugaya Suraya. It's a dream team.
Okay.
Unbeatable duo. All right. So moving on to my third question, which also includes the context of role of comic artists. So other than what have you mentioned, any other roles that we do not know of comic artists in helping to preserve and also to disseminate local stories and context in their works? Would Brother Adifitri go first in this?
Oh, okay. I think how do I say? Yes. I think comics as a medium is far more accessible, both for the readers and creators, in the sense that it is less cost intensive to produce and disseminate. So with less cost incurred in producing, um, there's a how do I say this? There's more space for experimentation in the stories. So as compared to the mainstream media of like movie, television, they would be try as much to be as safe as possible in their storytelling. So if just so happen that the current trend is not too keen or um, not very interested in local stories um, and folk tales, like folk tales. So comics can be a way of telling these stories or retelling these stories and bring it to the larger audience to be aware of them. Because so it's just that the comic artist has to seize this role of they want to be telling these stories in their medium. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a very heavy role for a comic artist, for to make people to get people to read and understand the folk tales, the stories that you want to actually tell without um misleading from the original folk tales, or even telling the real or the origin of that story. What about you, Dr. Suraya? What do you think is the role of this comic artist?
I think I would like to agree that comic artists can be considered as professional producers of the new media, where comic artist has a certain role in in disseminating the. I think I've mentioned this point earlier on, disseminating the knowledge attached to a specific culture. So they have a sense of responsibility when they choose to adapt this kind of law in this kind of legends and folktales in their stories. But it has to come from a personal choice when they decided to do this. It's not just simply you take an adaptation of Hang Tuah in your story and you just simply create it because you like it. You have to have a certain research done in order to create the works. So it's not just willy-nilly. You simply just choose this topic because it's popular, or you can gain more fans when you create all these stories. So you have to think about that. And I feel like artists should have this kind of responsibility when they choose to draw this kind of stories. And comic artist also carries the tradition of retelling the folktales for generation to come through to the comics media. So yeah, that's my opinion.
I agree like both of you on the responsibility of comic artists actually. So okay, I think that's that's the general questions that we have for now. So I think we can let's move on to the next segment. Okay, the dive deep into the stories of our panelists, our two comic artists. So can I start with Brother Adi Fitri? We're gonna I want to ask questions about your comics, your series. So your work, Taubat Si Tanggang, it tells the chronicle of Tanggang's journey in retribution and atonement of his deeds to his mother, which is being the anak derhaka. Anak derhaka is, sons or children that disobeys, the disobeyment of the children. I think that's the word. Okay, so what went we create our own words now.
Yes.
Okay, so what went into the expansion of this popular pedagogical tale of the anak derhaka?
Okay. With Taubat Si Tanggang is it all started just with this notion that wouldn't it be cool if Tanggang, when his mother cursed him to stone, that instead of dying he would be this rock monster. For me it's just a throwaway idea that, hey, this would be nice to draw, and then that's why I did the sketch. And then as I did the sketch, the idea came that, hey, if he didn't die, but instead he turned into this creature, there's this chance for him to go back to his mother and seek forgiveness and probably lift the curse in a way. So because when I first read or watched the original Tanggang story, I thought that it was a bit unfair, the ending. The son, yes, he was being a jerk to his parents. That's not very nice, but I didn't think that he deserved to die because of it. It's a bit over dramatic of his mother to jump to such conclusion, but I know that's the makings of the story lah. I think we know what the intentions are. It's just this of the story. It's just taken to this new extreme, but people might take that into take it literally and start cursing people to stones, and if that's possible. So then I started playing with the idea that, hey, maybe there's some story here where he can start his journey into looking for his mother. And I don't know what gave me the idea, but I think I was inspired pretty much by Alan Moore's work, League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, where it combines characters of different Victorian stories, like Jekyll and Hyde with Alan Quatermain, the Invisible Man, and they become this sort of Avengers superhero team, but within that Victorian steampunk concept. So I thought, hey, maybe we can do something like that, but with Malaysian folktales. So that's how I started to thinking of putting all the Malaysian folktales in. What if all these characters, Victorian? Yeah, exactly. What if all these characters exist in this shared universe? So as with I think we're all familiar with Marvel's cinematic universe, and you can see how these different characters, their stories will intersect by carrying the same existing in the same universe, same world. So I thought, hey, maybe that can happen with our folktales too if we put them in the same world. So I started exploring other folk tales, which one can be fit nicely as their story interact with each other, and most of it is just because I grew up with uh, reading superhero comics. So a lot of my reinterpretation are mostly what stories or what elements from these Malaysian folk tales would make an interesting superpower. So I'm more of a visual person. Then from that, it is the same as with the design for Sitanggang. His looks came first. Only later do I tag on or expand with his backstory and how his story would go from there. So and yeah, with all this intersecting stories, I try to plot them down into neat sequences, and that's how I got 3 books out of it.
So, Brother Viti, you started the Malaysian MCU, so MFU, Malaysian Folktales Universe. So, what do you call it? You do include like other characters, not just Sitanggang.
Yeah.
You included Sinuncai and the Kancil, Si Kancil, Sang Kancil, yes. Yeah, Fellowship of the Folktales. Yeah, someone in the chat said it. Nice. All right. So, when you said you had the plan, you had the story for a while. You've had the story of the Sitanggang since before Taubat Sitanggang. You had the story in 2009, if I'm not mistaken. In like before it was really published, like a few years before that, you had the story, and usually, I think 2009, all of that was I was in my primary school. Usually people are actually satisfied with the tail ended. My mother used to tell me that story to scare me off about disobeying her, because the story teaches the value of filial piety, about the importance of obeying the elderlies, so which is actually central to Malay kinship. And so why do you want to show people that a possibility of Tanggang's journey after he was cursed?
Okay. As I've said before, when I first read or watched the original story, I thought the ending was a bit too drastic, but I take it as it is. But now that I've had a chance of retelling the story or continuing the story rather, I choose to we've talked about context before, right? So I thought of that in we as a society have already evolved in our relationship. So familial relationships are just like any other relationship. It is built on reconciliation. If there's a conflict, it's built on communication. So yeah, I think that's how I recontextualize this story into our modern context, so that it would people would still take the moral of the original story, but I sort of soften it down to fit into more of a contemporary sensibilities. I think because if this probably might not happen, but if the people would read and see the original story in their original form, they might like dislike to it and just this apa namanya, just not taking anything from it, just wholesale, just because it's not in line with our current sensibilities. So yeah, am I missing a point? Yeah. So yeah, again, it's about recontextualizing the story with our new, well, not new, our current way of relationship with our family.
Okay, interesting actually, because you actually give a closure to Tanggang's journey, Tanggang's like, you know, you give a closure to Tanggang instead of letting him die right there. Okay, so I think we can move. I will move on to Dr. Suraya next. Okay, so my first question to Dr. Suraya would be that a lot of people are actually familiar with the folk tales of their own culture, but in recent years there seems to be a crisis over the death of local folk tales in the media people consume. One can argue actually this situation is being remedied. We have your work. We also have work of comic artists such as Faisal Tan, who actually produced the retelling of Batu Belah Batu Bertangkup story. Heidi Samsuddin also has done a lot of work on folk tales, and he recently set up a YouTube channel exploring Nusantara folk stories. We also have TV series like Awan Kenit, that, you know, the adventure of Awan Kenit. Okay, so is there is there more to be done, not only from an industry level but also from an institutional point as well? Is there a point that where we can actually see more institutional support for the creative industry to pursue these kinds of projects?
Definitely, yes. There's so much that can be done from an institutional level. For me, it starts as someone from an academic, teaching students and mostly on animation and comics. I feel like it's my duty to teach students about the proper way to localize this kind of folktales in their creative works, and also creating interest among the student in adapting to actually adapt this local element in their works. So as as someone who is in the background of teaching pre-production animation and comics, I tend to incorporate the assignments where I focus on actually having these students to adapt the local folk tales and legends and myths in their works. And during this process, I'm able, lecturers and instructors are able to play a vital role in navigating the right way, the right process, to go around of this adaptation in their works, and to actually introduce them to other kinds of folk tales and Nusantara tales that they haven't even heard before. Because now that we are approaching 40s, and the gap between our students and us is a bit quite a gap, so they might not even heard about the story of Tanggang. They might not even heard of the stories that we grew up listening to. So it's our responsibility as a pensyarah, lecturers, to tell them about the stories, that these stories that exist, and their choice to actually adapt that stories in their work. And I also feel like literature also plays an important role in helping, helping students to enhance their creative works, and by telling the right way to do this, to go around in adapting the story. I have a few examples where books written by academician and industry players can provide this kind of, uh, revelation of how to go around this adaptation, such as the works of Dr. Ahmad Azaini Abdul Manaf of UMS, and also Faitullah Hamzah, where they wrote about the adaptation of Nusantara stories and elements in comics and animation. So I feel like there's so much that can be done in the institutional level, but in the industry level, from someone who has experience pitching animation and comic stories for MDEC and finance and so on. They tend to they ask artists to create all these local stories, local folk tales, and so on. But they haven't really explained what are they looking for. They simply just, we want something local, but it's up to you guys to interpret what is local in their words. And so that's why you see a lot of uh, representation of characters inspired by different race, Melayu, Cina, India. It's always like that. I feel like something has to be done, in order to find another way in representing local elements in the work rather than just, on the aesthetic part of the story.
Okay, thank you for that answer, Dr. Suraya. So, and also my another question that I have is also revolving around the surroundings, the surroundings of the local punya context. Is that a lot of your work centers around young female experience. So as a genre itself, fantasy for many years have actually been primarily white and male species. But no, I'm sorry. It's white and male space. Autocorrect. I think
The basis.
so with work such as yours and IDs, it helps that disrupts those kinds of narratives and other creative producers around the world and also are also actually working towards creating more diverse spaces. So when you select these female characters, what is your process when you are characterizing them? Their attitude, their word choice, their attire, what do you actually make them the female lead characters? Something like that.
All right. The thing is, drawing comics comes very natural for me because I've been drawing comics at a very young age. So I don't really have an afterthought of the choice of female characters that I select for my works. But personally, from my POV, it comes natural for me to write in a female voice because I'm drawing from experience and looking back, each and every creative works that I produce, I publish comes from a personal experience. For example, the John in Japan series is inspired by my 4 years experience living in Japan. And then I also have what was it called? Emilia si Penyelamat Patung by Comic M, where I drew this character inspired by my love for plush toys and toys when I was at a very young age. And I also created this character called Leia. Leia, who is a awet biker. She rides big motorcycle and she wears hijab. So that comes from my I don't know, a phase in my life where I'm obsessed with superbike. I don't know what about. So yeah, it was inspired by my interest in riding superbike at that time. So she rode an ER6 motorcycle at that time. So all of these characters came from my personal experience, my personal interests, where I feel like it's each and every character that I drew is a representation of me. And while my comic works tend to target younger audience, I feel like in future I would like to tackle on a more mature oriented works. And at this moment, I am researching about mermaids, legends and mermaids. So I'm interested in drawing stories about mermaids, where I have yet to work around the story, but that's what as of now, that's what I'm doing right now. To choose, to actually choose this kind of legends, fictional stories, as a personal choice rather than a decision made by editors. So on. And I also think that why a lot of my work centers around young female experience is because at that time there is a lack of female voices in the comic industry. I started working in the comic industry back in 2009. I was still in UIA at that time in my second year of degree. So there wasn't a lot of female artists at that time. The ratio of female and male and female artists at that time was like 10-1. There's 10 artists, 10 male artists, and then there's just me at the office. So it's a bit weird at that time. So I'm happy to say that there is a rise of female artists currently in the market. they're young, they're talented, then they are eager to create all these amazing worlds. So I'm happy to see the changes in the industry. So yeah, to answer the question, this the reason why my work centers around female voices, female experience is because coming from my own personal experience as an artist.
Okay, I think okay, sorry, I'm interrupting, but I think Afif just like got kicked out of the
Yes,
Zoom session.
he said he's beating up his router now.
Oh
Internet
no!
router.
Maybe
because
we
of the
can
species
read
thing.
some of the because of the species thing. Yeah, maybe we can answer some of the questions in the chat
Sure.
box here from Dr. Mehdi. She asked, from academic perspective, there is a sort of hierarchy when it comes to what we see as text worthy to study. Comics are seen as not serious despite the very political nature comic books can be. Can you comment on this? Okay, this one is directed for Dr. Suraya, but I think like both of the panels can give their opinion.
Okay.
Okay, maybe we can start with Dr. Suraya first.
Sure. Okay. I do agree regarding the a sense of hierarchy of high art and low art, where they tend to differentiate between this type of art. For me, it's although I do have agree with this statement, there are certain efforts has been made in order to elevate the comic art in academics and academia and so on, and the art scene, for example, in the industry level as well. So for those who doesn't know, I in Japan for 4 years. I'm in Japan. I actually enrolled in the School of Manga, where my PhD is actually PhD in arts in blanket manga. So that is one of the ways for artists, industry, and also academician who are interested in comics has been doing to elevate the sense of comic art in the eyes of the world. So by having to see comics as literature and not just merely as entertainment is one of the ways to do that. And Japan is the right place to host this kind of research, because comics in Japan is not similar. It's not the same as the way we Malaysian view comics. In Japan, they see comics as at the same level, at par with other paintings, artworks, and all those things. Not as in Malaysia, where they see comics as comics. So uh, I have to agree. Some artists might have to tap into a much more serious topics when they draw comics, as such as political nature comics, in order to make people
meet people.
2 minutes.
Okay.
The internet
It's
gods are
raining.
killing us one by one.
It's kicking everybody. Yeah, it's raining heavily over here, so that's why. Okay, I hope I answered the question. So there are efforts, has been done to elevate the comic,
Okay.
So yeah, that would be my answer.
If I may, okay. I think I can't speak for all comic artists, but I feel that this relegation of comic as a lower art form is in a way is liberating, in a sense that with low expectation we can do explore more where there's no um, uh, conventions or with high arts, stuff that you can and cannot do. Okay, if you do this, then you're not a realist. All these baggages afforded with having the status as high art. Whereas um, if comics were seen as let them do whatever